The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
Online entertainment.
NoDQ.com.
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 The people that know more about me know this. I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! Whether it's the NoDQ Galaxy, the Jeff Meacham Network, the ATW Crew, Indie Force, or anything related to For the Win Productions, the gears of wrestling keep on turning, and we are here to give our thoughts, previews, and predictions. Good day to you all, and welcome to our panel for this week's Simply Predicting. From the hottest rise to the brightest stars to the strongest competitors to the biggest party of the summer, we are going full throttle, Fast and Furious style, into Motor City, Detroit, Michigan, as we bring you Simply Predicting for SummerSlam. Hello, everybody, and welcome once again to Simply Predicting. You know what this is, for I am the simple man of the simple brand, and you know what this is. And my name is Noah Foster, and I have with me a lucky 7 tonight here on Simply Predicting here, and I'm in the center of the madness, so this should be a lot of fun. Welcome once again to Simply Predicting SummerSlam. If you haven't already, the links to the forums in the chat. Please subscribe, comment, tell a friend. And again, as per usual, if you want to dictate the conversation, super chat. It's as simple as that. Super chat at Cassidy 18 Studios. Support this man. He monetized, if you will. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and introduce everybody and see how everyone's feeling. First up, let's talk to the man above me, as he is the renegade of relevancy, who is going to tell the story tomorrow night with a clever analyst, founder, creator, Cassidy 18 Studios, one of the dads that always on wrestling, JJ Williams. JJ, how are you?
I'm doing well. Glad to be here. Slight botch, though, on your own end. My man here is going to be the man telling the stories. He's going to be in your hot seat doing the play-by-play, as I am simply a color analyst.
That is fair.
I am not well-versed in the move-by-move adequacy of articulation that occurs inside the 20x20 the way that you and this man are.
That's fair.
Fair enough.
Fair.
But it's good to be here. I'm glad to discuss SummerSlam, a pay-per-view PLE that is near and dear to my heart, going back to the mid to late 90s, as SummerSlam 98 was the first pay-per-view that was on my radar as a brand new fan of the WWF at the time. Been able to attend 3 of the shows that they had those subsequent years out here in LA, 2010, 11, and 12. It's always kind of centered around my birthday, as my birthday is the 22nd of August. So it's always kind of been my birthday event, if you will.
There you go.
Well, considering we're going into your birthday month, what a fitting start to it, I would say. Speaking of finishing start, you're definitely powered up here. She's always powering up when it comes to Power Rangers content. This definitely will be her month. Please welcome, for the first time ever, to Simply Predicting, Datilla. Datilla, how are you?
Hi, and is it this my second time? I was on for WrestleMania.
Yeah, but that was a different thing. That was the ladies of the multiverse. This is clearly just a simple thing I do on my channel.
This is super official.
Okay.
All right, Adam.
Shut up, James.
Calm down up there in the top left-hand corner.
Shut up, James.
All right.
You fat bastard.
I know.
Right.
I know.
Thanks for welcoming me, Noah, as you see my dog in the background.
Oh, that's so cute. Is it Chihuahua?
Yes.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so it's great to be here, you know. Thank you for inviting me, extending the invitation.
Always. You're always welcome here.
Mhm.
Speaking of somebody that's always welcome here and definitely certainly brings the entertainment through his monetary feats, as I see we do have a
I
super chat
tried to
here.
be.
Well, you
No,
tried.
no.
You know
He
what to do,
succeeds.
bro.
This is
You know
different,
what to
Zero.
do.
No,
You know
Zero,
what to do.
no,
You know what to do.
no. We're not doing no wooing. But I am going to introduce Emmanuel Dominguez, who just gave a $2 super chat that says whatever my sister says, she's totally wrong. Oh,
That's
boy.
crazy, bro.
Am I going to have to separate you two? There's a reason I'm in the middle of these two. But anyway,
How
please
you
welcome back to
separate?
Super Predicting Emmanuel Dominguez. Emmanuel, how are you?
And they're fine. Like, she's not that far. She could hit me right now.
That's crazy.
That's true, by the way. They are in the same building. So why don't I go ahead and introduce, of course, the other half. Good luck, by the way. Arlene, good to see you. How are you?
It's nice being on again. Hi, Datilla. I was with you on the Ladies of WrestleMania when we did a
Oh
prediction.
yeah, I remember now, and nice to see you again.
And I think they were trying to do something on Tuesday, but I worked on Tuesday, so today was one of my days off, so I was able to be on today. So
Yeah.
Well, fair enough. And he's already bringing the entertainment and the madness, and he is truly the loose cannon of the Simple brand, and I welcome it, but I hope that he holds the fuse a little longer based on that timer. That being
Don't
said,
worry, man,
always
we
a
got 4
pleasure
minutes
to bring in
left.
Zero. Zero, how are you? As he takes a drink of the OC.
I am. It's not OC, you bum. It's Mango. Get your colors right,
my
you
bad.
racist.
No, I could get the label. Anyway, Zero, how you feeling about SummerSlam, man? Good to see you.
Bro, I am literally. You said Fast and the Furious. Nah, man. We gotta go deeper. This about to be the Twisted Metal.
I like that.
Yeah, good job.
Plus-
Twisted Metal. Did anybody catch on Monday Night Raw? They edited out Samoa Joe from the poster.
That is hilarious.
They
Yeah,
did.
that was
hilarious.
unbelievably petty.
But I'm gonna say this though, Samoa Joe is a great sweet tooth. Even though he didn't voice him, just him alone just makes it like crazy.
Yeah,
bro.
oh yeah, big time. Yeah.
But
There's one thing we know Samoa Joe's capable of is telling a story for his promos and his intensity in and out of
Telling
the
a
ring.
Story. Seemed like
All right.
somebody gotta finish the story. See,
I feel like maybe at least something has to finish at SummerSlam. Maybe not a story, but maybe a rivalry, as we do have a trinity of trilogies that will headline this special. And again, folks, we're here talking about tomorrow night's premium live event coming from Ford Field that I will be
It's a
there live
pay-per-view.
for, which is why you will have JJ and James on the call. SummerSlam. And speaking of which, the guy that literally will be in my seat, quite literally, James Hebert. James, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. You know what? I'm looking forward to this event because some of the stuff I think is not going to go according to plan, and I'm going in with the mindset of, well, the WWE going WWE. But I'm going to enjoy calling the show regardless. Should be a good time. Me and JJ held down the fort for, I think, one of the matches last year. So this should be fun. Should be a fun time.
We held things down for the whole first half, good sir.
You did the wrong portion.
You did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, we did. I completely forgot that. Because I always think I do remember doing vividly the Becky Lynch Bianca Belair match, which, by the way, if you haven't seen that, that's a great one. But yeah, it's weird. Don't remember anything else. Short-term memory. It's not good.
I mean, to be
That's
fair,
right.
it has been. To be fair, it literally has been 1 year. Again,
That
shout out
is
everybody
fair,
in the chat.
Yeah.
Chris Winland, good to see you. And
wanna
again,
see
if
the
you want
clip.
your comments acknowledged, folks, particularly by all of us or somebody here, particularly super chat, as simple as that. With that being
don't
said,
worry.
folks,
I'll also be in the chat too. Just
all right, Zero, but
Being
don't
a-
drive them away. Just encourage them if you can.
I
know you
try.
Well, effort is key. And I'm sure you'll bring a lot of effort to Super Predicting. So, Drew, let's get right into it. So right now we have 7 matches and a Battle Royale presented by Slim Jim,
Ew.
if you can dig it. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to add something else in SmackDown, but I think that'd be foolish. So let's go ahead and get right into the show. What we'll do is we'll go right around here, despite, again, I heard some people have first particulars. When we get to
Oh,
those,
this
I'll
is
take care
smart.
of that. And whoever is in the hot
Oh
seat
shit,
will have...
SmackDown is on today. I just realized.
That's
it.
right. As
Yes,
we are
I
doing this 8
confirm right
p.m.
now.
Standard Time live
let me-
on the East Coast, but you West Coasters will get 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I figured, why the heck not? I don't have Fox. And please, if you can, folks, please avoid spoilers for SmackDown. If you do that, pretty sure someone in the chats, because I know there's moderators, will probably time you out.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and get right
I'm
into
gonna
this
harass
thing, and
you.
I'm just going to go right around here until we get to the matches that people had special requests to call Shotgun for. I know no one called Shotgun for this. So, Emmanuel, you're going to kick things off with this one because it sounds like it's going to be the opener. We have Logan Paul going one-on-one with Ricochet, where I'm sure they're going to try to have a DBZ collision in the middle of the ring above the ropes. Will Samantha Irvin call her boyfriend / what might be her fiance the winner? Or is Logan Paul going to make sure that he truly is impulsive and make sure that Samantha Irvin calls him the victor? Considering last year, Logan Paul did win at SummerSlam. So, Emmanuel, what is your thoughts on this little match right here? Who you got winning?
I feel that this match is more like to try to push Ricochet into maybe main man, status. Because, like, either way, like Logan, he gets the rub from Logan Paul. But even though Logan Paul might win this, like 99% sure he will, and then Logan Paul is going to force Samantha Irvin to announce that he's the winner, and she doesn't want to say it, but he kind of force her to make him the ultimate heel, trying to bring out the best of Ricochet next time in the future.
All right. So you got Logan Paul here in what you think is going to be a continued rivalry, maybe a first in the series.
Yeah.
All right. I like it. Interesting take. James, what's your thoughts on this one-on-one match? You were extremely impressive with Logan Paul last year when he took on The Miz. Do you think he's going to impress you once again, maybe surpass that previous performance? And do you have Logan Paul winning? You're muted. Botch.
Oopies. Yeah, I forget I'm manually mute sometimes.
I got you covered here, dude.
By the way, excuse the crumbs in my beard. I was eating pizza because I didn't have any other chance to eat dinner. But I digress. By the
All
shirt.
right.
I like Logan Paul as a wrestler. I want to make that very clear. I was starting to like him as a person again, and then Crypto Zoo happened. What's said about that, the better. That's all I'll say there. But as a wrestler, he's been freaking exceptional. I mean, every time he's in the ring, I swear he just kind of steals the show. So he's really good at what he does. So I don't expect this match to be any different than that. Don't be surprised if they try to go Will Ospreay Ricochet in this match. I mean, Logan Paul is more than capable of doing it. I mean, dude saved Ricochet's career pretty much. Thank God. I think Logan needs to get the win here. I think Emmanuel's right on the money with that. I think he needs to get the W. He's taken way too many losses since he's come around to WWE. And I think that if you're going to use him in a character sense, and especially like a recurring character, and it does look like they're going to go that route going forward for a little bit, Logan definitely needs to win here, in my opinion. So I'm giving the win to Logan.
All right. What I like to do on these multiple person panels, I like to get 2 to 3 retrospectives. Let's get one more here, and then we'll see if anyone, if it's unanimous, has a further take. So let's go to JJ for our last take on this match. And maybe you could add to this comment by Sean Garner here, JJ. Why do celebrities always have to win at SummerSlam? Why can't they lose sometime? I mean, to be fair, he's right. Stephen Amell, he did win at SummerSlam too. Logan Paul, he's a mainstream celebrity. Ronda Rousey, we'll talk about later. She's technically celebrity, but she's also been WWE superstar. So what's your take on this match, JJ?
Well, as far as why celebrities always have to win at SummerSlam, it's arguably the number 2 show of the year. If you're going to have celebrity involvement at WrestleMania, SummerSlam, possibly even the Royal Rumble, you're going to put the celebrity over because those are going to be your higher profile shows that are going to have more eyes on the product. That way you can get that mainstream recognition. That's what it comes down to right there. It's all business. As far as this match, I think the other 2 gentlemen hit the nail on the head. This is going to be a Logan Paul match. He just recently signed a new contract with the company. You're not going to re-sign a deal and then job every single match of it. That's a period, point blank right there. He did his job losing the matches that he had once his feud with The Miz was over. We need to get a couple of W's in Logan's win-loss record. The fact that the next PLE is called Payback very much plays to it being kind of like the SummerSlam version of Backlash. I expect we'll probably see a couple of rematches there, and a Ricochet Logan Paul rematch at Payback very easily could be on the cards. So look for Samantha Irvin to have to declare your winner, the Maverick Logan Paul.
All right, so the three wise men kicking off this match perspective, all going with Logan. And most of the NoDQ Galaxy right now are also with y'all, with Logan Paul. Shout out to the over 50 that's putting your predictions so far. Kluma Not Limited to Ryan Dempsey, King Kieta, Courts, Justin, Charlene, Ashley, Scott Cater. Appreciate all of you. Hope y'all enjoying the fun. Now, before we continue down the card, does anyone else here have a different retrospective? Do you believe, Tatilla, Arlene, or Zero, that Ricochet is going to win, or do you have any last thoughts? You can raise your hand if you do. Once, go to Arlene. All right, I saw Arlene. We'll let Arlene go first, then Zero.
I do think Logan Paul's gonna win, but I think it's more like he's gonna cause Ricochet to maybe like he's probably gonna use Samantha Irvin to his advantage. There you go. Thank you, Benio. Yeah. And so like maybe when he's about to hit him, he puts her in the way, and it's like, like to prevent, like he's gonna use her like a lot, I feel like, and it's gonna distract Ricochet a lot. So that's the only thing I think. I think he's gonna cause like Samantha Irvin to like, maybe he's gonna end up doing something to her at the end. Also, that's gonna make Ricochet even more mad, but I think Logan Paul will win this. That's my only thing I take on that.
Okay, that's fair. Before we move on, looks like Dattila didn't have anything else to add, but I did see Zero's hand. So,
was I supposed to add something?
Nah, that was just if you wanted to. Like I was giving you. Like,
well, not to mention, I think this match is opening because Logan Paul has to be at a fight for his brother, so totally makes sense that he would win.
That is correct. Yeah, he's going. I believe he's going to a boxing match like not too long after that. So yeah.
For Jake Paul, yes, JJ.
That's the only reason where I could see that the WWE might make him lose, is because he's putting his brother ahead of his WWE contract. And the more and more that Logan starts doing that, the more and more that Triple H, Nick Khan, and the rest of the corporate team is going to start getting sour on Logan Paul.
Yeah, that's fair, because you only can market so much with somebody that's not willing to work with you. Just saying. Zero, I know you had something else to add to this, so go ahead, man. What's your thoughts on this match? Do you, again, maybe based on that, Ricochet does get a win? Like, you remember Prince Puma, Lucha Underground, King Ricochet from New Japan Pro Wrestling, and necessarily he didn't really need to showcase a lot of personality. He just needed to show how extraordinary he was in the ring. But it sounds like Logan Paul is helping Ricochet develop a character that might have a bit of anger towards him if Logan Paul gets his way here. So, Zero, what's your thoughts?
All right. Smart Money says Logan Paul, but screw that. Ricochet. I picked Ricochet to win. And
go right for it.
And I have a few reasons why, other than fuck Logan Paul. But like I have like a few reasons why. One, Logan doesn't need to win this match. He really doesn't have to win this match, because what do he gain already? He he already proved himself against the world champion Roman Reigns. He did showcase like all of his, nice acrobatics and everything. But at the same time, he's not committed to this. Like, he is a celebrity, and usually celebrities win, which is bullshit in my opinion. But for real, he doesn't really have to win this match. The only thing he got to do is just step in the ring, do what he does best, and just show why not only he's good in the ring, but well, that's basically it. He just good in the ring, like 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 everything else. It doesn't really matter. Yes, he has to go to like a boxing fight to basically to basically support the worser of the brothers. So yeah. So like I want Ricochet to win this match because this motherfucker, he needs a win. He needs to finally get his come-ups. He been bullshitted for like a long time.
I second this notion. By the way, I'm with Zero on that one at least.
Because like he been bullshitted his whole fucking time. Was it when he was in the main roster? Remember his match against Brock Lesnar?
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
It was good, wasn't it? He died in the ring. Yeah. I would not let that go. Yes, he won a singles title. Good for him. But at what cost? How was his reign? How was his Intercontinental reign? He stepped foot against the guy, the man, the myth, the legend, Gunther, and got fucked up that whole match, bro. So like, oh hi Jeff, how you doing? So like, so basically it's like Ricochet need this win. So right, so like right after all that, what has he been doing before the whole Logan Paul thing? What has he been doing? Exactly. So basically like, yeah, like he needs a win. This man needs to have a moment. The only good moments he had is basically when he's in a multi-man match. That's the only fucking thing he's been doing good. This motherfucker doing flips and shit off of ladders. This man did a spot with Logan Paul in the Rumble. That's all we know him as.
Right.
He's just a flippy indie guy. Yes, he is. But who the fuck cares about him anyways? So why should we give him? So why should he take an L? Not only at SummerSlam, but to a person who's not even a fucking wrestler.
Yeah, who won't be around for the long term.
He's not committed to it. Yeah. So why should he take an L?
You're right.
It's a very.
Does anybody want to like answer my question?
No, I agree with you. I'm 100% with you. I agree. And JJ, I'll let you go next. But yeah, like I agree in that sense that he should be getting a lot more because he is Ricochet, and the stuff that he has been doing and has done on the indies before even coming to the WWE, I agree with you. Like, this guy should be getting way more than he's getting. And the fact that he's kind of been shafted by the system a little bit, so to speak. Yeah, I do agree with that sense. That don't mean they're ever going to give him the win, unfortunately. But I agree with you. I think they should be giving Ricochet a lot more. JJ, go ahead.
Go ahead, JJ. What's your thoughts based on that? Quite a retort.
And very heartfelt, and I don't see a whole lot of flaw in it, except for the fact that, and I'm sorry to say it, Ricochet is never going to be World Heavyweight Champion. Ricochet is never going to be WWE Universal Champion. It's not going to happen.
Right.
As painful as it is to say, and I'm not the biggest fan of this booking either, Logan Paul will be a World Heavyweight Champion before Ricochet will.
Right.
Probably.
So therein lies the problem with Ricochet. While I agree that he deserves a W, while I agree that he's been horribly misbooked, this isn't the time to do it. I think it was Arlene's suggestion where Samantha Irvin is going to be brought into this You know, maybe he's going to reach back, going to try and clock Logan, and he's going to accidentally hit his fiance. And then Logan rolls his ass back in the ring, and Ricochet gets counted out for 10.
Yeah, I mean,
because he's worried about what just happened to his fiance. And
Right.
then, like I said, we build towards payback, where Ricochet can actually get his W back and get some revenge, get some payback on Logan Paul.
Right.
You know, then it becomes a hell of a lot more personal. The stakes are raised, and when the stakes are raised, that's when you give Ricochet the W, because it's going to matter more. And Logan Paul just got a cheap count-out victory that's just going to garner him even more heel heat in the process, so that when Ricochet does get that victory, it's that much better.
I like that a lot. It reminds me what happened with Shawn Michaels and Chris Jericho at SummerSlam, when Chris Jericho accidentally decked Shawn Michaels' wife, and we saw what happened there towards, I think, No Mercy. So it's very fair. Let's give James the floor, because he waited for a moment. Then I think we'll move on, because we spent quite a bit of time on this.
I have one thing left to say on this only.
Go ahead.
JJ, in response to Ricochet, being world champion, none of us, I think, in this panel are expecting him to be world champion. None of us want. I would even venture to say, none of us in this current moment right now, at this moment this year, want him to be world champion, but we want to see him booked better in the mid-card division, more so than he has been. Like, the one highlight that wasn't multi-man that I could think of that Zero said was the second time he fought Gunther, which is an excellent match on SmackDown. That's it, right? And I haven't even seen the match. So that's the highlight. That's like the lone highlight of Ricochet this entire year, singles-wise. That's what we're saying. I don't think anybody's expecting him to be world champion. And as far as Jeff's comment about Roddy Pepper always said die in the ring. Technically, he didn't almost die in the ring. He died almost outside of it. So,
unfortunately,
there is that.
But there is one thing I want to know. Okay, because from seeing Logan Paul, he's not here like every single week, or like for any pay-per-view hype. He's not there. He's not there for the minor shows. He's only there for like SummerSlam, WrestleMania, Royal Rumble, Money in the Bank. He's not there for like the other shows. So that's why I'm like, I don't see them making this feud go longer, because he's not there he's not there as a WWE superstar. He's not fully committed to this. So basically, it's like this, right? You have the major stars like Cody Rhodes going through all parts and that. They're gonna be there for their whole thing. Logan Paul is just a special attraction. He's not gonna be there for all the other shows.
To be fair as well, Zero.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna call a timeout here, because I love how much in-depth discussion we're having, but it's our first match, and JJ, I think, has one last little take while we want to talk about contract negotiations. But I think it's time we finally move away from the impulsive one and the one and only. But JJ, go ahead and close this out.
I agree with you, Noah. My retort to Zero on that one is this: how many Raws and SmackDowns and B-level pay-per-views did Brock Lesnar appear on when he was champion? How many consecutive SmackDowns has Roman Reigns been on this year alone?
Thank you, JJ. I was going to say that.
Noah, go ahead and take us to the next topic, sir.
Roman Reigns, where's he been?
And he's our champion.
I can retort that
exactly.
I can retort that too.
He's an actual WWE superstar. He's our champion.
But
he's
Logan
a
Paul
special attraction, just like Logan Paul is, just like Brock Lesnar was.
All right, go ahead, Zero. Right. What do you got? Go ahead.
All right, yeah. Yes.
Give it a quick
That's the-
sentence if you can, because
I can't give it a quick sentence. You know me by now, bro.
I do.
You know me
I
by
do.
now. So why would you say that?
Because I like to try and improve you.
You can't.
Well, all right. Then I'm gonna
But
go
like-
ahead and just kick this thing
Yeah,
into
yeah,
next
let's-
year, and we're gonna
we'll-
go into the next checkpoint.
We'll save it for a
conversation,
debate on
folks.
another podcast, Zero.
Yeah, exactly. Again, Zero, I think he could host a podcast himself. I think he has that much knowledge and passion. And I know he has passion for strong style, hard hitting, physical, professional wrestling. And I'm going to let Attila kick this one off. We're going to go a different direction this time because it is time to talk about the Intercontinental Championship. As the reigning defending champion, the Ling General, Gunther defends the gold against Drew McIntyre for the first time ever in a one-on-one encounter. I also want to give a shout out to Statboy Mikey T. Please follow Statboy Sports Bar with Dory Lufos, WNRPO Diversity Media. He gave this little stat right here that Gunther's Intercontinental time run right now is currently at 417 days. And as JJ likes to famously said, he is that much closer to breaking the honky tonk meter, and I truly think he's going to do so. That being said, Emmanuel kicked off the first match. Let's go with Attila to kick this one off. Attila, your thoughts on this match? I'm sure Drew McIntyre, who was once the chosen one, this is the first time he did win. I don't think he's chosen to beat Gunther here. What's your take?
Well, first off, I like Drew McIntyre. I do. Do I think maybe he'll eventually take the title off Gunther? Yes, but it's not gonna happen at SummerSlam. It doesn't make sense. As Statboy, shout out to Statboy mentioned, he's at day 417. It doesn't make sense for Gunther to lose that title when he's less than how many days away? 30, 40? Exact math.
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, so
he's roughly 40 days away because Honky Tonk Man is 454 and and Gunther right now is 417. So
Okay,
40 would be 457. So
okay,
give or take.
So he's 40 days away. It just doesn't make sense for him to lose the title when he's only 40 days away from beating the record. So yeah, I'm going with Gunther on this one.
All right, and most of the NoDQ Galaxy and everybody in the predictions agree as well that Gunther will retain, but I guess Sean Garner wants to see Drew McIntyre get the title. Maybe he thinks Gunther should go after World Heavyweight Championship, which no doubt being the Iron Man this year will Rumble. I could definitely see that. But let's go a different way here because I know one person here values the Intercontinental Championship more than any other, even though I still think this Progress ripoff sucks and I still like the white leather. JJ, Intercontinental Championship. This is your title. Damn it. You told me that yourself verbatim. So what's your thoughts on this?
Well, first of all, I think you gypped the panel and the fans by not doing Gunther's introduction, Ludwig Kaiser style, like you did on the Horseman panel yesterday.
Hey, I did it once.
I see the Horsemen get the real introduction to Gunther, but not the rest of us here on the flagship of the Simple Man brand, Simply Predicting.
What? Am I supposed to kill a gimmick? I'm supposed to kill a gimmick?
But at the end of the day, my man, as much as I love Drew, I've been a fan of Drew since 2010 when he came into the game, when he was the chosen one. The mat is going to still be sacred, and the Ring General Gunther will continue to reign supreme until we surpass the honky-tonky meter. And I still say, when it's the week prior to breaking the record, they need to bring Honky Tonk Man out there as a challenger to see if he can dethrone Gunther to prevent him from beating the record. It would just be some classic WWE booking right there.
Super
for him to be on the cusp, because Gunther will break the record on a Friday, which is SmackDown.
Right.
So if they bring Honky out that Raw just before the record gets broken to try and give him the opportunity, hype it up, that would be some grade A WWE booking.
To add to it, it should be in Honky Tonk Man's hometown.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh
my
Yes.
God.
It should be.
Yes. Nashville.
Do I think they'll do it? No. But they totally should. Like,
I don't even know if he can take
opportunity.
Could he
It
even take
doesn't matter. All you do is you chop him, he falls, and you pin him.
Chop him, he falls, you pin him.
Dude,
The formula.
Warrior defeated Honky Tonk Man in 31 seconds at SummerSlam 88. You tell me Gunther can't have a 25-second match with him?
Yeah, all right. That's fair. That's fair.
I'm
You
just
know what?
saying.
I could actually buy into that. All right, let's go ahead and get one more voice here. Oh wait, I see Emmanuel. You have your hand
Yeah,
up.
he had his hand raised. Yeah.
Go ahead, Emmanuel. What's on your mind?
JJ's trying to kill a legend, and it's so down.
It's
gonna be a
legend
ring.
murder.
Play ring, ding, ding.
I
God
just think it would
forbid.
be great television. I mean, here's Gunther on the cusp of breaking the record. So who better to try to dethrone Gunther that last chance before he passes it than the record holder?
Yeah,
I agree. I just don't know.
Man.
I don't even know.
Jimmy
if
Hart,
he
come out.
Can even
But
wrestle.
I gotta make an argument for those Drew lovers, Drew McIntyre lovers, because I picked Gunther. Like it's not gonna happen for Drew McIntyre. But I gotta make an argument.
I think it's safe to say that everybody here picked Gunther. And as far as who beats Gunther, Sean, I said it once, I'll say it again. Only two names I can think of: JD McDonough, Ilya Dragunov. Though what they did with Chad Gable has potential. But it has to be one of those two right now for me. There's nobody else.
Agreed. And I still think that the Raw, after he passes the honky tonky meter, he needs to come out with an Imperium, do a celebration of passing the honky tonk record, say that I've defeated everybody in the locker room. There's nobody left for me to defeat, and hit Dragunov's music.
Well, you know, celebrations, weddings, and contract signings in wrestling never end well. So
Exactly.
That's the freaking truth.
Emmanuel, you were saying.
Yeah, I'll try to make an argument for Drew McIntyre, even though I picked
I make the argument.
Gunther. No, like I picked Gunther. Like but I gotta make the argument for those who did pick Drew. All right,
Little
that's
bit of
all.
devil's advocacy.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, that was advocate.
Yeah. I could see Drew winning if of two things. Either they could push him as the workhorse. I'm not saying Gunther is not the workhorse, but like drive the mid card title for the next couple of years, or bring back his his own theme song, and that's how you know for sure that Drew McIntyre is going to win.
What if he comes out to Broken Dreams?
Broken Dreams, yeah.
Maybe I could.
And brings back the right the right IC title strap, and then that's the only way.
I have a retort, and then we can go to whoever was supposed to go next. Here's the problem with that: if you go with that method, if he does that for the IC title, why didn't he do it at Clash of the fucking Castle? You know what I mean? Like, you can't do it now. That was the moment, and you do it now. It's like, oh, so he did it for the first title. He won the first time. Okay.
And people say that Drew McIntyre basically is main eventer, not mid carder. Why Sheamus, he has yet to win the Intercontinental Championship in his career.
Yeah.
That being said, I always like to get at least 3 key thoughts. So good stuff, JJ Dattila. Arlene, what's your take on the Intercontinental Championship match? Before we conclude this, unless Zero has a short-term argument here for Drew McIntyre. Because, again, I think we're all Gunther unanimously. But go ahead, Arlene.
Yeah, I think Gunther's going to win. He's so close to beating it, and I think he deserves to beat that. He's worked his way up. His character's, like, awesome and everything like that. I think in the end, I think someone's going to interfere, and I think it's probably going to be Sheamus because of what happened in WrestleMania. They both wanted to go for the Intercontinental Championship, and neither of them could, like, he feels like he should have been the only one, and maybe he resents Drew McIntyre for that, and maybe he's going to cost Drew McIntyre the title, and then maybe in payback they fight out to see who actually gets to face Gunther, and maybe after that, maybe Drew McIntyre could win that and dethrone Gunther, maybe. But maybe. I feel like they're that someone's. I think Sheamus or someone else is probably going to interfering, but most likely Sheamus, because I feel like he still resents the fact that Drew kind of inserted himself to the WrestleMania card when it should have just been him, and maybe that would have gave Sheamus his moment as well. So I think that's the only thing I think of that it's going to happen. That Gunther's going to win, but because Sheamus interferes and costs Drew McIntyre the title.
Hey,
He should have.
I'm just saying though, the fact that he did insert himself in that greatest triple threat match of all time. Just saying.
I'm not going to argue that. Emmanuel, you have your hand up. Then we'll go to JJ, and then I'll get some thoughts from Zero, and we'll move on here. What's Emmanuel?
Yeah, just a quick word with my sister. Not because Gunther has been winning cleanly, so kind of him getting somebody interfered would ruin the mystique, because we keep seeing it a lot of heels get interference. Gunther has won clean with that know-how of Imperium. So why would this make sense anyway? Let them win clean.
Fair enough.
True.
JJ, you have one last thought regarding, I think, what Arlene was talking about here, or some of that's been in the chat. Go ahead, man.
I just wanted to say, while everyone else was giving their opinion, I did look ahead. The September 4th Raw, which would be the Raw prior to the record break, is from Charlotte, North Carolina. So it's not far from Honky Tonk's hometown, but it's not in Tennessee either. So just wanted to throw that little tidbit out there.
Okay. Fair enough. Before we move on, Zero, do you believe there's any reason that Drew McIntyre should be Intercontinental Champion again? Or do you have anything to say about Gunther and his run?
By the way, you're muted. You've been muted. I think it's just a microphone thing. It's your microphone specifically. Yeah. There you go.
Motherfucker, who says I picked Drew?
Nobody did.
Nobody did.
We all know. For him. I know we are all. I know we're all picking Walter. It's okay, Zero. We just wanted to know if you had any argument for Drew.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, there's one argument. Why not?
That's it.
That's it.
Simon Miller. Why?
Yeah.
All right.
So here's the thing. Here's the bit, right? Oh shit! Some shit just happened in the SmackDown. I'm not gonna spoil it.
Don't spoil. But
that shit getting juicy, man. But
hype is great.
But I'm gonna say
I love hype.
All right. So Gunther's gonna win, lol, and he's gonna pass the record. Then we hear Comrades the Red Soldier. If you know that song, you know that was Dragunov's first theme song.
Ooh.
Before
right.
Then, yeah.
Not copyright.
Good shout.
Man,
good shout.
Man, I don't know how to speak Russian, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
That's fair.
so here's the thing. Okay, so
hey, I'm gonna jump off real quick. Okay, I have to do something. I might come back.
All right,
later,
yeah.
All right, bro. So I have a theory. All right.
Theory. Go.
Well, first,
Not awesome theory. That's just his thing.
Shut up, bitch. But well, Rods has a theory. I need you to pull it up because Rods has a really interesting theory. Do it.
Yeah, but that's off topic. I started.
I don't care. Show everybody.
Gotta be on the super chat. Simple as that.
That is fair.
That's not fair. Rods,
that's how it goes down here on the Simple Brand.
They're discriminating you. They are.
Wait, so
I control everything here.
Well, just what was the theory, Zero? What was the theory?
All right, so Gunther's gonna win.
Yeah,
and he's gonna pass the whole record because why the fuck not? Because he's the GOAT of pro wrestling at this moment. Like any match he has, he's after his banger, he just smokes a light, like he just lights one up. But I have a theory, right? So, well, there's two because it's alternate endings. If Drew McIntyre does win the match, maybe he might do something with the title. He might change the whole title look because that title do look like a freaking donut. But yeah. So like he might do something with the belt. But if you don't want to go that route, if Walter retains, do you think he might have? Do you think a this will cause like a NXT call up?
It is SummerSlam season, so it's very possible. Appreciate that, Kyle.
Yeah. Kyle,
Yeah.
his suit game is out of this world. Look at everybody else.
Yeah.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Tank top.
Yeah, man. I feel underdressed anytime Noah is dressed up, man. Like, for real.
But yeah,
This is
like
just casual.
yeah,
Anyway.
but like
Casual.
this motherfucker's a yakuza. But like if this does call for a NXT call up, would it be Dragunov or somebody else?
That's fair.
That's very fair. Emmanuel, you have a thought real quick before we move on?
Yeah. Just that's why they broadcast the NXT stars and Raw and SmackDown. It's obviously someone's going to get called up. That's why they show them off and
Or
try
maybe
to boost
JJ's
NXT
JJ's
reigns
holding
up,
out for NXT being equal to Monday Night Raw.
We got Arlene as well with a hand up.
Go ahead, Arlene.
I was gonna say, and probably not a lot of people are gonna like what I'm gonna say right now, but if maybe it's not Dragunov and maybe it's not the I forget the other person that you guys were mentioning.
JD
Maybe
McDonough.
yeah, I think maybe it might be Grayson Waller. They've been building him up really bad.
I could see him. I'm not even mad at that. Could be like
and
LA
giving
Knight
him
also.
a chance.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll get into that once we get to the battle royal. But yeah, I think maybe they've been building Grayson Waller up, like going against Edge and John Cena. I feel like maybe they're bringing him up for a reason and stuff. So I feel like maybe they're going to make him go after a title.
Okay, that's fair. JJ, what you got, my friend?
Granted, brand split, LOL, but Grayson Waller is SmackDown, Gunther's Raw.
Does it really matter?
I'm just saying, like, it depends on how much they try to stick to the brand split, but if they're going to try to
it's called Superstar Shakeup.
Then if
Wild
they're going to try
card
to
rules.
run things properly,
Dominic
then
won the NXT the North American title.
That's different.
Even on NXT.
That is different.
What do you mean that is different?
That is different.
Nah. That's not different. You can't
He's not wrong.
with the freaking
Whatever
the damn joint. But no. Dominic went to NXT for what fucking reason? Just because lol. So that could also mean the Grayson Waller effect could cross over through multiple layers just to go back to freaking Raw.
Yeah. All right. Well, first off, Arlene, 0. Calm down. JJ was trying to finish a thought. You kind of overtalked him, and I would like people to finish their thought. So please let JJ finish his thought, and then I think we'll move on from there. JJ, go ahead.
The point was more or less over, but I was trying to just make it clear that they have still been trying to enforce Raw is Raw, SmackDown is SmackDown. NXT has been a different ball game for the better part of the last year and a half. We've had the New Day, we've had Dolph Ziggler, we've had all kinds of people go down there to have matches with NXT talent to try to get the NXT talent ready for the main roster. Everyone has said pretty much from day one that Dominic needed to go to NXT. So now he goes to NXT and he wins a title and everyone's shitting on him for going to NXT.
Well, I don't think they're necessarily shitting on the idea also, JJ. I think it's the fact that, you know, they have been so loose with this brand split for so long that it's just like
I get that, but when it comes to titles, they've tried to be a little bit more strict.
Right, yeah.
At least the mid card. I'll give you that, at least with the mid card. And it does seem like they are trying to give Raw and SmackDown an identity, which I will give you, as one is the Universal brand, the other is the World Heavyweight brand, I think. Like Raw's the women's World Heavyweight, the men's World Heavyweight, continuing that legacy. And SmackDown, I think, is the women's Universal, or is it women's undisputed? Excuse me. Watch. SmackDown's the undisputed champion brand for the women and the men. So SmackDown's undisputed. Raw is heavyweight. So basically, I understand what you're saying, but still good stuff.
Oh my God, Zero.
Go ahead, Zero.
Yes, you fucking cracker. But
Hey, I'm the
but-
cracker.
you
No.
no, you're a Ritz. But
That's fair.
but wasn't they trying to make NXT like a third brand?
Yes.
Somewhat, yeah. I don't know how. Put it this way:
So it counts as a brand, right?
if they go full in with it, let's be real.
It's
They've been
still
saying it.
developing.
They've been saying it in countless interviews. It's a third brand.
They say that, but they are always half-hearted with NXT. They've been half-hearted with it since they lost to AEW in the ratings.
Yeah, but they keep saying it's a third brand. So
no, I get that, but
Raw,
it's
next.
No, I get you. Next,
I mean, again,
It means next.
It is a fair argument, but speaking of what's next, let's go ahead and move on, and let's change gears from the men to the women. And JJ has personally asked me he would like to kick this thing off, so let the Renegade, I mean this sincerely, let the Renegade talk to you as the only women's championship match on this card. Keyword championship match, JJ.
You know,
As the undisputed women's championship. At this point, I'm just going to call it undisputed because it's SmackDown. WWE Women's Championship being defended by Asuka in triple threat action against the Queen, Charlotte Flair, and the EST of WWE, Bianca Belair. And here's a stat boy stat real quick. At SummerSlam, Charlotte attempts to win a championship, a triple threat match now for the 4th time in her career. To date, she is the only female superstar in WWE history to win a title in a triple threat match more than once. JJ, the floor is yours. Your thoughts on the triple threat women's match. I know that you have some very critical takes towards one individual. I know you also have some, I would say, appreciation for another individual. But simply put, are they ready for Asuka?
Okay. Before I start my rant and my tirade, because I have a long, thought out scenario here. But before I begin, let me ask the panel one question. When it comes to this many variables in a match, what is something that we often complain about when it comes to specifically WWE? Overbooking.
Oh, okay.
WWE overbooking a match.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I smell that all the way in fucking Detroit from Victorville, California when it comes to this one.
Yeah.
Now, let me talk to you.
That's out to you.
Let me talk to you.
Mute yourselves and sit back. Everyone
And
grab a popcorn and a drink.
Jeff, I hope you are sitting in your house so that you can hear this.
This is gonna be good.
I'm going to say Charlotte Flair pins Asuka as far as the main portion of this match. Now, before I see Emmanuel shaking his head, waving his finger, let me talk to y'all for a minute, people, because it doesn't end here. Okay? I see Charlotte pinning Asuka as far as the predictions pool, who is going to win this match that we are banking on. But it doesn't end there. Io is then going to cash in. Io is going to take the belt off of Charlotte. So now Charlotte is officially WWE count 15, even though we all know that makes her 17. But by WWE count, she is 15. Then, and I haven't figured out which one is going to pull the trigger here, but either Bayley is going to turn on Io or Io is going to turn on Bayley after winning the belt, because it's 1 year from Damage Control forming at SummerSlam. Now, here's why I see this scenario going this way. You've got Charlotte winning the belt, so Asuka automatically, by traditional standards, gets a rematch for the belt as the championship rematch. But Io just took the belt off of Charlotte, so now Charlotte gets an immediate rematch for the belt. But then if the trigger gets pulled on a Damage Control breakup, you've got either end right there wanting to face off against each other. This pushes Bianca further back in line, triggering that perspective heel turn that everybody wants from Bianca Belair, that I still am not sold on her doing, nor is corporate sold on turning her heel. But this gives a lot more storyline reason for her to finally snap. She has been playing by Pierce's rules the entire time in this triple threat feud and scenario when it comes to Asuka and Charlotte. And every time she plays by the rules, she gets usurped. She gets pushed back. She gets held down. She gets stifled. Now you've got all these people that deserve matches lined up ahead of her, and she becomes an afterthought in this match. Snap.
Well, that was certainly a butterfly effect and a half, to say the least. And of all people you picked as far as the match goes, you picked the Queen. But to be fair, the best way to beat Charlotte Flair is cashing on her, because that's been 100% successful for two people, including one the same night that won the briefcase. So very, very fair take, and you really might have just set up Payback and more. Let's go ahead and talk to the only female represented right now on this panel and get her take on this, because I did see her reaction. Arlene, what's your thoughts on this triple threat? And necessarily, does Io cash in and be the one to come out as champ in the end?
I agree with almost everything that JJ said until it became Io winning the title. I think Bayley is going to try to help Io, but in the end, it's going to cost her, and Charlotte is going to retain. She's going to win the title. Io's going to cash in. Bayley's going to cause her to lose it in some way, and Io's going to get mad at Bayley, and then that's when Io Sky turns on Bayley and is had it up with her. And Bayley was just going to be like, I was just trying to like help you. And she's like, no, you've been trying to help me, but all it has done is cost me the championship that I deserve. No, I can do this on my own. And as much as I want Asuka to win, I don't see her winning this. And I don't see Charlotte Flair, honestly, wanting to lose a title like that. Because, like, what have we said? Charlotte doesn't have an identity without a title. So if she loses a title, where's she going to go? She just came back. Where's she going to go? That's all I have to say about that.
She's going to remain in the title picture and get her rematch, because that's what Charlotte Flair do. The line starts with her. This is how we can get her to WWE official passing 17 at or before WrestleMania.
Right.
And then once she surpassed that legacy, I'm starting to think she's Ronda Rousey in it, and her heart just ain't in it no more. So once we get past Mania, that could be the end of Charlotte Flair.
JJ, I'm just going to put this thought out there, and then I'm going to give it to Mel, who also had a reaction.
Yeah, I see his head shaking. I'm curious to know what's going on in his brain.
So, JJ and Emmanuel, I'll speak to both of you. Yes, Charlotte Flair is synonymous with championship. Charlotte and championship go in the same sentence, just like that in WWE. It's probably the most logical, perfectly summed up sentence in this company's history. But Belair versus Flair, the egos combusting aside, Payback, they cost each other. Asuka takes advantage, escapes with a roll up. I think this could be the first time, and someone can fact check me on this. This could be the first time we have Charlotte Flair involved with something not concerning the title, possibly, even for the short going. Again, the EST has one of the most longest reigns on Raw, and she also is a SmackDown Women's Champion. She's done both, all right? Charlotte Flair, she's done everything, period. So let's go ahead and test these two truly for what they want to be, and that's the BEST. Doesn't mean they need the strap necessarily, so that's kind of my take, because I think Asuka should retain, but I'm going to give it to Mano because I know he was definitely thinking on something. But wait, you got
I was just going to say, I agree they don't need the belt, which is why doing a short reign with Charlotte and having a cash-in doesn't hurt that.
True.
She still gets one more official title run, and the Flair EST still doesn't have to be for the belt.
But
Go ahead,
we...
Emmanuel.
Yeah, I was just
because
gonna
I know
say-
you're waiting patiently,
Yeah.
good sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Emmanuel. Because I was just gonna say, Asuka don't deserve this.
Yeah, I agree. Asuka's gonna win this. Once, I got like a question for everybody. I'm not sure when was the last time the champion lost in a triple threat match. Like, I don't remember when was the last time.
The champion lost in a triple threat match.
Yeah.
Oh damn. Oh, that would be, I think, Seth Rollins, the United States Championship last year at Survivor Series when Austin Theory took the better of him and Bobby Lashley.
Okay, thank you. Like, I was just wondering when was the last time, because
That's the last time I had.
Yeah, because WWE has done a great job making the champion regain the triple threat matchup. I got I saw this on Instagram. Charlotte Flair is undefeated in SummerSlam. 2015, she won a tag team match with Becky Lynch and Paige. She beat Sasha Banks for the Royal Rumble Championship on 16. 18, she beat Becky Lynch and Carmella for the SmackDown World title. Then Trish Stratus become Queen of all eras, beat Rhea Ripley and Nikki Ash for the Royal Rumble title. That's the stats for Charlotte Flair. And right now, I don't like. There's a reason why they erase the NXT titles. There's a reason they don't want her to break the record. There's a reason why they like. I feel there's a reason more to it. Like, it'd be a shame for Asuka to be just a, like a
transitional.
Transitional champion. Yeah, exactly. And it's like it's a kind of shame. Like, it's not good for her. Like I feel like there's more to her. There's more to the story. Like I agree with you. You know that Asuka has become the piggyback. Like no one's paying attention to her. It's all about the AST and then Charlotte. Who's the better? That's why it doesn't need, like, if they really want to drive the women's division without a title, it has to be Charlotte versus Bianca Belair without the title. If not, then what are we doing here? Like another Flair title reign? I don't want to see that. Like, it's like it becomes like a meme, like LLL, John Cena wins. That's why Charlotte Flair is so hated and despised, because it's tiresome, it's boring. It's become so bland. Let her have a character. Let her have, build momentum. That's why I don't agree with JJ. Like laugh out loud. She needs a championship. No, she doesn't. That's why you need to build her up without a championship. Make her feel like important, like memorable, and need to push that woman division, because without her, who else do you push? Like, you need to make Charlotte eat pants, push the women division, make it more important. It's just like it doesn't make sense for her to win another championship, tying the record 15 times, and being her father's record eventually. But that could come later. She's still young, so it makes sense to wait a little bit. Make her win the
All right, JJ, what's your rebuttal towards that?
Again, I agree. I think everyone is glossing over or forgetting about the fact that I said Io's going to cash in. Yeah, Charlotte gets the victory. Yeah, Charlotte adds one more reign to her thing. Yeah, the entire capacity in Ford Field is going to let out an audible groan that you're going to be able to hear over the television set. But they're going to pop even louder when Io cashes in on her. And she takes that away from them.
Okay.
It's all about, for WWE, it's all about making history, and it's all about the numbers. It's all about lulling the fans into that false sense of security. When they see Charlotte beat Asuka, they are going to be so beside themselves that when Damage Control's music hits and Io comes out there, they're going to be like, Thank you, fucking Jesus.
Wow. That's a hot take.
And I love Asuka, but she is a transitional champion. She doesn't have the marketability on the business side of WWE to be a long-term running champion like she was in Noah's NXT.
Right.
You got to look at the people that they keep in the top spots on the main roster. Your Baileys. Now that she's gone, your Sasha Bankses, your Alexa Blisses, your Charlotte Flairs, your Bianca Belairs. Asuka doesn't fit that mold. She's the person that you can hand the ball off to that'll run it for the first down and then get out of bounds so you can set up the first down. She's not the person that's going to take the touchdown. I love Asuka, but she's not. She's a good utility player, but she's not going to be that person that you're going to throw the entire division on her back. Whether or not you think she deserves it or not, because she's an amazing competitor. I've done freaking 33 hours of research watching the Black and Gold NXT DVDs that I've been reviewing. I've seen Asuka in her prime. It just isn't the dynamic of the women's division on the main roster is not built for Asuka.
That's
sorry.
Fair. No, I mean, no, it's completely fair. I've been saying it since WrestleMania 34. When she ate that loss to Charlotte Flair, she became vulnerable, normal, another body. But to be interesting enough, more people are actually going with the champ to retain. But the weird thing is with the cash-in aspect, JJ, it's half and half. With the cash-in aspect in play, if that happens, yes, then Charlotte Flair clearly wins. WWE gets their way, and Charlotte Flair doesn't leave with the title. It's the same old song. But if Asuka does win, there's still that suspension of disbelief that, again, you might actually be trying to do something different with this division. Maybe Io and Asuka gets built in some weird way, and Bayley and Shotzi's just side play because Shotzi's going to look for a payback against Bayley for her hair. It's just one of those things where, for me, JJ, I don't necessarily want to see Io cash in at the expense of Asuka versus cashing in on Asuka. That's kind of my take in this whole thing.
I hear you. I see it being a Cena Daniel Bryan thing, but in reverse. Where Daniel Bryan defeated Cena, we were all like, yes, oh my God, he's finally done it. In this case, Charlotte gets the title. Ugh, she's doing it again. Cash in immediately, take it off. Boo, right. Randy Orton, you stopped Bryan Danielson from his dreams. You took away the people's champion. Yay, ooh, Io, you stopped Charlotte. We don't have to deal with the Wicked Witch of the West and her bullshit.
Fair enough. All right. And also, Jeff, again, have fun with this match tomorrow, my friend. That's all I got to say about that.
I know me and James are going to enjoy calling the shit out of this one.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, let's get Emmanuel here, who has, I think, one other thought, and then I'll check and see if these two have anything, and then we'll move on. Emmanuel, go ahead.
Just a quick rebuttal, because so many people had cashed in against Charlotte Flair.
Yes.
Nikki Ash, what happened to her? What happened to I forget who else who had cashed in on Charlotte Flair.
Bayley and Carmella, I believe, are the three.
What happened to Carmella? It's same old story. I feel like if there is a cash in, like I said, like I keep bringing the idea, the only way I could see Io a face turn if Bayley, catches in the Money in the Bank and costs Io the championship. She was about to be positioned, and she they said no, Bayley's the champion, and that's how you set up Io. Io wins the Rumble, Bayley versus Io, WrestleMania, easy booking.
Well,
Dakota Kai could cost Io that's the name that I have brought up. Maybe Dakota Kai comes and costs Io, and Bayley has to step in for Io, and there's your setup. Dakota Kai versus Io to try and right now to August to December. January to WrestleMania, Bailey business.
I just wanted to add to Emmanuel's point also that you could also probably throw in Asuka into the mix, and then you have a nice little feud for EO as the champion as well if you go that route. You do.
Right.
So
also, she would be the first one to not successfully cash in if Emmanuel's booking comes true. But a lot of fair takes here. If nothing else, this triple threat's still gonna be polarizing, but no one's giving the EST a chance in hell. So there's that. Jeez.
Which is a damn shame because I love me some Bianca.
How the mighty have fallen, JJ, to take a famous quote.
Yeah.
All right. Arlene or Zero, do you have any quick last rebuttals before we move on? First, go ahead.
Sorry. I just think that that EO is kind of in the same position as Asuka. That's why I don't think she's going to be, if she's going to be champion, she's not going to be champion for long because she can't talk on the mic, I don't think. And that's going to be a problem. So that's why I don't think she's going to be in the long run. She's going to be in the same boat as Asuka, unless Bailey's going to do all the talking for her. I mean, that's the only way I can see her winning this championship is if Bailey does all the talking for her, because she's not as good as English as Asuka is, and that's the problem with Asuka. She can't really do promos in English unless like they subtitle it where they both talking in Japanese, you know, and it's more powerful in their language, you know. So I think that might be a problem if Io Sky cashes in. I think, and I mean, let's think back. I think Io Sky is the only one that's actually like she's won all the titles. I don't know if Io Sky ever won the NXT Women's Champion. Did she ever win the women's? She did. Okay. So I mean, I don't know. It's been a while that she's won. I don't think she's ready. I don't think Io Sky is ready to be the champion yet. I think she still needs a little time to grow and stuff. And she's depending on Bailey too long. I think she needs Bailey out of the picture in order to do that. So that's why I don't think Io Sky is ready to be in that picture shot. So I think when she does cash in, I don't think she's going to be very successful in it. But that's just my take.
No, I mean, again, it's fair because at the end of the day, JJ and I talk about all the time. To succeed in this business, you got to speak, you got to work. James, what you got your hand up for, bro?
Okay. That whole argument, I think, is such a old school, and not even an old school, such a Vince school way of thinking. I hate it, always hate it, will never stop hating it. And there is a few reasons why, okay? Number one, the fact that they can't speak good English, okay, that's their racist ass for not seeing the other factors that they have to bring as a world champion. That's their freaking racist ass problem, not mine. All right, just putting that out there right out of the gate. Number two, look at UFC. How many freaking interpreters do they have hired for people to speak other languages and translate it out for them? You're telling me in the world of sports entertainment, you don't have one guy that you can hire to be a freaking interpreter? Not one. Not one person that could be an interpreter for freaking Asuka to actually get her over as this dominant threat. I don't know. Isn't that something? And not to mention, by the way, look at freaking AEW and what they're doing right now. Seriously. They're turning the biggest heel of all time in the last, I don't even know, decade, maybe two, babyface. At least for right now. They're taking a risk with what they're doing here. They're actually going against the grain. They're completely rerouting their river system there. I'm not saying MJF is Asuka or Asuka's MJF. That's not what I'm saying. But it's my point is they took a freaking risk. Can they not take a risk here?
I'm just saying I'm not racist or anything. I'm just
no. I know you're not. I'm speaking correctly. I know you're not. I know.
I'm just saying Vince McMahon's mindset, because whether we like it or not, Vince might still be whispering in little Triple H's ear. That's all.
Yeah, a little bit. He might be a little bit racist.
That's all I was trying to say. Not that I think they're perfectly capable, but I'm just saying that in Vince's mindset, maybe they're. That's why.
Yeah, I agree with you. Unfortunately, it's
go ahead, JJ.
It groins my gears that that's still a thing.
Right.
No, I totally get you, and I agree with you guys on that. But again, we have to look ahead, and there's no saying that EO can't lose the belt at Payback, at Fastlane, or even at Survivor Series.
Right.
To then set up whoever's going to be champion heading into Mania season. Again, that utility player that's going to run it for a first down, but they're not going to get the touchdown with it. EO deserves to break away from the damage control mold and cashing in successfully on the Queen Charlotte is going to do that and help, by leaps and bounds. To piggyback very briefly, kind of off topic, but to what James mentioned about MJF, you're also assuming that they're not Rocky Maivia us, where we swear to God that he's the people's champion just for him to align with the corporation at the last moment.
I know there is.
So
fear,
let's not act like this isn't going to be typical MJF. Be like, oh, you thought I was going to give it to you. Fuck you guys.
I really do hope they go with it, though. I'm okay with teasing those tendencies, but I hope he goes against that grain. I want to see. That would be one of the most.
Because I think it would be abnormal for MJF, but you're assuming they're not going to pull that kind of swerve.
I know.
Noah, back to the SummerSlam card.
I mean, I'm about to say, seeing is believing. Zero, go ahead and give a quick thought here for the women's match, and then we'll move on. You're muted, bruv. Do I need to unmute you? Come on.
Yeah, you unmuted me, so I thought you gotta do it. But all right. So this is going to be
Triple Threat. Your thoughts, and if EO does come into play.
All right. I picked Asuka to win because I just want her to win. There's no other way around it. I just want her to win, and I picked the cash in because I'm trying to be right in the predictions league, even though I don't want to cash in, and I kind of think there won't be a cash in or fail. So yeah. So this match is about to be a clusterfuck of a fucking cluster because it's 3 women, 3 good women, 3 fine women. Don't worry. Don't worry.
You.
My dick is in my pants.
That's fair.
Look, it's not
TMI, Zero.
TMI, bro. TMI.
Well, is it TMI? He did say it was in his pants.
Yes, it's in my pants.
All right, hold on. Back to the match.
Later on, but this is going to be a triple threat match like in 2K because here's why I said that. One falls down, rolls out the ring, singles match. Comes back up, knock down the other chick, rolls out the ring, singles match. It's going to be a typical joint. It's not going to be no fun. Three girls just beating the absolute dog shit at each other like they're men. But I could kind of see Charlotte winning because lol. But but like could a why is me Jeff's here? Holy shit! But
Well, now you definitely need to be careful, and we're on the match that I was like, oh boy.
I don't have to be careful. Look, man, I'm gonna lose count. I don't have to be careful.
Just because I showed up, y'all relax. Jesus, like seriously.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, put some respect on that man's name. Good old Jim, Jeff, great to see you.
Hi, Bubble Bass.
God damn it! I was gonna save it. Zero.
I
spoiled
something in the translation here, but okay, sure.
I'll send it to you later, Jeff.
How about we need an interpreter from Endeavor? Like, shoot, we need an Endeavor just to understand what the hell Zero's talking about. Okay.
Look, sorry. So
continue, Zero, please. Yes.
Yes, Daddy. But
this got weird.
So
Jesus
so
Christ, man.
so like I can see a Charlotte winning because Cena wins. LOL. I could see Bianca winning because why the fuck not? But I could also see Oscar winning because Bianca does a KOD to a Charlotte. Oscar kicks Bianca, pins Charlotte. 1, 2, 3. Haha, fuck you. I'm still champion. But if you want the cash in, you could do it. You could do the cash in. Like then all of a sudden Bailey hits a rose plant, the most ugliest move I've ever seen in my fucking life. Then Io Sky from the top of the stadium does the beautiful moonsault. And then wins the title.
All right. From
But
the top of the stadium.
But you can spin it the other way. Bailey helps out. Io Sky hits the moonsault, but transition to Bailey doing the rose plant. Then picks Asuka up and pins Io. 1, 2, 3. Fuck you. You could do it either way. Like
domino effect, regardless of which way it goes.
You could play it like you could literally play it either way, and it's literally just a fun thing you could do. But is that the conduit depends how you feel about the whole match. So my pick, I want Asuka to win, even though she might lose. But say a cash in happens, yes, no. I pick yes, so I can at least have something right in the league. So yeah,
there you go.
Look, man, I'm straight up honest, bro. I have no faith in this shit.
I respect that honesty.
Having the stuff I have no faith in. I just pick it just so that I can win.
Yeah, that's fair.
And sometimes you just go out and wing it a prayer and you see what happens.
Time to presume my latest hentai.
All right, well, you do that.
Wow.
Okay, as he goes to Osaka and the special district.
Huh?
Yeah. Welcome to the party.
Wait.
We're talking
Did
about
you say special district?
I'm shocked. No one.
I'm just gonna leave that. I'm just gonna leave that alone. All right. What you do is your choice.
We gonna fight, bro. We gonna
anyway. Jeff, we're talking about Charlotte Flair. So wow, impeccable timing.
I'm gonna go out and try again. No. Wow. Okay. So first of all, if Io does that moonsault from the top of the stadium, we'll give Aaron Riff no DQ because he'll literally witness a live death right there in front of God and everybody.
Why
not? You know, and so will Noah. Noah, you'll be part of the headlines. You'll be part of the history.
I want to be part of that history. I'd like you.
I don't want you to be part of that either. But you know, hey,
I'll be calling the action from his seat.
Oh God,
that's right.
Have you
Put
ever
me on that
seen
right now?
I was gonna make a fucked up joke about a pay-per-view that happens.
No.
I was about to make a fucked up joke, but I kind of
edging in this triple threat match.
You just said it yourself. You just said it yourself.
He did. Oh. But the joke's been made. That's the point. It's okay.
But like,
and no New Blood Rising either. We don't need anyone on a pole.
Fuck.
But
I'm so damn glad JJ put the intervention on that.
That one up there more than I was.
or when New Jack tried to kill that one poor fuck.
No. Damn self. He was doing this to her damn self. Goodness gracious. Okay.
Yeah, about to say.
Anyways,
back to reality. Jeff has the floor right now.
All right. So who the hell's in there? Okay, so Asuka, Charlotte, and Bianca. Okay, cool. God, I want so bad to say that Charlotte wins and then Io cashes in. That way Charlotte has another tally, but she doesn't have to be the champion long term because none of us want that apparently. But then she got another belt. Son of a bitch. So there's that side of the coin going here. Somebody's gonna bitch about Charlotte doing something good tomorrow. It's gonna be a thing. So,
Oh, clearly.
And I'm looking definitely in the upper tier in the middle there about.
Okay,
about Charlotte,
let me
so,
time out right there then, because clearly you weren't listening to this prior to doing a run-in like I mentioned in the chat room to you.
Io Sky wins.
Charlotte.
I'm going to run this back as quickly as I can for him just so he knows what was already said.
You got 10 seconds.
It's going to take a little bit more than 10-0, probably closer to 60. Time me.
Okay.
I said that this was going to be the overbooked match of the year. I said Charlotte was going to win. I said Io was going to cash in and be successful, just like you did. Now, the reason I said that is because everybody then has a claim to being number one contender by traditional standards. Asuka lost the belt. She deserves her title rematch.
Yes.
Charlotte lost her belt. She deserves a title rematch.
Right.
Io's the champion. Potential heel turn by Bayley or Io breaking up Damage Control. This pushes Bianca Belair all the way to the back, and she's like, the fuck about me?
Right.
Every time she's done something right in this entire equation, she's been stifled. She's been held down. Finally get that heel turn that people have been wanting from Bianca Belair.
And then I say we do what the great Cassandra Peterson said about Pee Wee. I say we let her go and just fucking turn her loose as the heel. I like that. That's good. By the way, shout out to Paul Rubens. There you go.
All right.
How was that, Zero? I think that was even less than 60 seconds.
Oh, had to be.
Yeah, it was.
It was 45 because I actually found a timer and I uploaded it.
How did you do that in like record time? That shocked
I have my
the hell out of
ways.
me.
I have my ways.
Look, man, he stays on the internet, so he knows what to do.
I am going to make this a lot simpler and easy on everybody because now that Jeff's here, it's going to be another hour at least. So I co-sign with Jay's opinion, and we get a run back of a 5-way or a 6-pack challenge at
I'm back.
Payback.
Hello,
Back.
Godzilla.
For a bit, because I gotta.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Sorry. I left. I had to figure out my dinner situation. I have to go pick it up in a little bit.
You
So.
got Grubhub?
No worries.
I
Yeah.
mine
We
before I
appreciate
came in.
that
That's
you
why
were
I
able
was
to
ready to
come
go.
back.
Yeah, I imagine it wasn't Pizza Hut, so you're all good. We've been talking about the women's
Ew,
threat
Pizza
match.
Hut, the fuck?
So,
That's right.
you're all good.
Pizza Hut doesn't deliver to my neighborhood.
Good. You don't need that. Good. You don't need that sorry ass pizza.
When you're so hood, they won't go Pizza Hut near you. That's how hood. Wow. That's crazy.
Bro.
You must
That's
lived in
next level hood
Compton.
right there.
No, I don't.
live in the
actually.
Tillis side of town. Hell no.
Bro.
Straight out
Zero.
Southern California. What
Same.
the fuck?
Domino's
Well, I mean-
delivers.
Thank you, JJ.
Listen here, you niglet. Hop in the DMV,
Oh my gosh.
DC, Maryland, and Virginia. DMV. I'm the king of DMV, anyways. But yeah,
All right,
we
well,
have Pizza Hut.
all right.
Shit.
All right. Well, while we're talking about food, let's go ahead and talk about a new food sponsor for WWE because I don't have Slim Jims. I'm sure you don't either. But let's go ahead and blast the hell out of this battle royale situation and wonder why the hell the winner is not going to be LA Knight. Yeah.
You guys are so cringy.
Hey,
Can I interject real quick right here? I think
ahead.
everybody in this room thinks LA Knight is the primary pick for this.
Yes.
If you're gonna say
Okay, hold on.
Knight,
Hold on.
for the
I
gestures.
see you. I see you, Arlene. I see you.
calm down, everybody.
I was gonna
Calm
say,
down.
I think
JJ,
everybody in the room here pretty much is picking LA Knight as their primary.
Right.
If
That
they're not, we'll go to them first for who they think is going to win, and then we
Yep.
can just do a
Karrion
quick run
Kross.
around the room. That's who we've got for our secondary pick.
That's exactly my thinking. Because as far as I'm concerned, if you're not picking, all right, that's you want to put JJ on the spot. I'll make
This
sure I do it.
motherfucker say JD.
If you
That's
if you
crazy.
don't want to put LA Knight in that spot, then I ask now who the hell you put in that spot if someone else has a different name.
Arlene,
I did see
Oh,
your hand. You
I
are
was
first.
waiting for you to say a name, and then when
You're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
Wait, you said his name? Is he going
No.
to appear?
No.
Say his name and he
Please, God, no.
I believe in Joe
Joe
Hendry.
Hendry.
I believe in Joe Hendry.
Good one,
London
Nutella.
and Tokyo, London and Europe and Tokyo.
I believe in
Walk out the room.
Oh, we got a dad's walk off, Jeff. You should be proud.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, on it.
Oh no! We got 2 dads walk off.
So wait a minute. I walk off and I'm JJ's picture. He walks
Jeff.
off and it's Chase U with Thea, who's clearly happy
I'm
that
sorry.
she is right now.
Jeff.
What the actual hell's going on around here? Anyway,
Jeff.
Because last
That's what
time someone
happens
was
when
on
you
your
say his
account as
name.
producer, it was me. I changed it to my picture.
Oh, well, man,
Exactly.
I'm gonna fix that shit. Hold up.
Hey, Jeff.
That's me most of the time.
True. Want to see something really good?
Oh, Lord.
Sure.
No, you're not wooing on air. He's wooing on air.
Save that for a super chat. If you want
Save
to
that for
see
a
Zero
super chat.
do a
Stop
super
giving the-
chat, then kick down a $50 super chat.
Stop giving the people. Stop.
$1.
Stop giving the people what they want for
$2.
free.
Okay,
Look,
okay,
man.
okay, Zero.
Look.
It's not going into your goddamn bank account, mucker.
It's not.
JJ's $50, people.
Nah.
Because the rest
The
of us
reason I
don't
said
want to
that-
see it either.
Nah.
So
They
if we
wanna-
have to be subjected
they
to it,
wanna
we at
see-
least want to see $50 come through.
Seriously,
I'll
we
do
don't
it
want to
for
be
free.
seeing that shit neither. If we're gonna make people see it, at least get some money out of it. Damn.
Oh, good Lord.
I'm the stripper here.
So,
yeah.
Arlene,
This
who
All
do
right.
you think
The
is
shower
going to
room.
win?
Let's bring it back here.
Arlene, back to
Arlene, you have a
Arlene.
different name besides L.A. Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the name that you got in mind?
In my defense, is I want LA Knight to win. I just don't
Good.
think they're gonna give it to him. That's
Fair.
the thing. That's why he's gonna be like my secondary pick. But like I'm gonna refer back to when I was talking about the Intercontinental Championship and then about Grayson Waller. He's been against Edge. He's been against I forget the other person. Oh, my brain's not working.
That would give
John Cena. Thank you. I was like,
That's
so I feel like
You're forgiven. You can't see him anyway, so it's okay.
yeah. So I feel like they've been building him up for a major title, and that's why I think that this might be the push that he's gonna end up getting. Even though I don't want Grayson Waller to win. I mean, he's essentially what you guys have been talking about. He's kind of what Austin Theory should be. Sorry, JJ, for making that reference, but he has the more charisma and to his character than Austin Theory does. So maybe I feel like they're building up for a mid title card, and I think he's gonna end up winning and giving him that push because they've been pushing him a lot. So I feel like if he's not gonna win anything major, then what's going on with all these pushes he's getting with all these legends and stuff. So that's why I feel like Grayson Waller is going to be my primary choice, just because of the wins that he's. He didn't win over Edge, but I'm just saying that he's been getting that push against legends and stuff, and he's been proven to be a good wrestler and stuff. And then my primary would be LA Knight or
secondary.
Yeah, my secondary. Sorry, would be LA Knight or probably I can't think of. I was gonna say Bronson Reed, but I don't feel like they've been pushing him a lot. So maybe LA Knight would be my secondary.
To add to Arlene's comment about Grayson Waller, if WWE really wants to anger the fans, they'll have Grayson Waller and LA Knight. Yeah, be the final two.
Yeah, to be the final two. Exactly.
Yeah.
I was gonna say as well, because they want to do something. And I mentioned this, I think, a couple of videos ago. I think I mentioned this on the Four Horsemen panel, didn't I? No, on a comment, so I'll mention it here.
You did.
I wouldn't be surprised if they go that route. I could see either one of them winning. By the way, I think we're all kind of in agreement with that. And now that you mention it, there's also Edge that could be a secondary as well. That's my secondary.
To be kind of honest, does this battle royal even matter? What does it win?
No. I think they just wanted to put LA. They wanted to put LA Knight on the card, and they had nothing else for him. But I think what they should do out of this, if they're not going to push LA Knight as a singles, why not create a faction? I recommended in the comments that they should be doing Grayson Waller, LA Knight, and Austin Theory, because all three of them essentially are the same gimmick. One of them already has a championship. You could have the other two, LA Knight and Grayson Waller, win the tag titles, or at least challenge for them, and then eventually win them by the end of the year. That's could happen as
ego.
well.
That's a lot of ego there, though, dude, in one freaking group.
Right. And
call them the ego trip.
Exactly.
Call them the ego trip.
The ego trip, yeah. But here's the thing. They would all have common enemies, and they would realize that over time, they were you could actually start that in this battle royal where Grayson Waller does eliminate LA Knight. You could, or the vice versa, the other way around, and then it becomes okay. They feud for a little bit, but then they actually become a team, and then Theory sees what they're doing. He kind of comes up to them. You know, maybe you could book a triple threat match between the three for the U.S. title. You want to talk about ego, and then they actually gain some respect between one another after the match, and then there's like, you know, we had a great kick-ass match at the pay-per-view, whatever pay-per-view did decide. Why don't we try to run this brand together? Let's see what we can do together as a unit here.
It would definitely be something different, and I'd definitely probably be intrigued to see it. But it sounds like overall we got LA Knight and Grayson Waller as top two. But to go with Dattila or Arlena, if you mentioned it, someone did pick Bronson Reed. Others named mentioned include Madcap Moss, Nakamura, Rob Breaker, Chad Gable. So, again, it's a hodgepodge. JJ, you have another name or thought before we move on at this point?
I just wanted to touch on, because it is something I had been thinking about for a long time, but I think it was Chris yesterday on the Horseman panel really got my head scratching before I submitted the form, and I picked Braun Breaker as my secondary choice.
It was Jeff Chadwick, actually, but yeah.
Oh, okay, it was Jeff. But yeah, I mean, think about it. We're going to be in Detroit, Michigan. We're going to be in Steiner country.
Yeah, Braun Breaker.
So to have Braun Breaker as an entrant in the match, even if he doesn't win, but just makes a good, strong showing, is going to do a lot for Braun. And then if he were to come out with his dad and his uncle in Detroit, Michigan.
Oh, Lord, the pop.
Yeah, that's going to be a Road Warrior pop that they just need to be thankful there's no roof on the place, because they'd blow that shit off.
Yeah. The sirens be blaring. Yes, ma'am, I saw you first. Then we'll go to Arlene, and then we'll see if Jeff has something to say before we move on from this. Go ahead, Emmanuel.
Just a quick question. I read reports that apparently The Rock is going to do something with Grayson Waller real quick. Is that
I gotta go pick up my dinner, guys, so I gotta bounce again. But
Okay. Fine. We hope that you'll be able to come back.
Yeah, because we got our 4 main events. That's
Okay.
I'll try to
continue.
So yeah, that's my quick question. Like, do you think those rumors are true? Like, I mean, the Noe family is there for a reason for the main event, but it could be Rock until the end of the night. But
I'll touch on this real quick, if I may. Do I think it's true? No. But in order to shine a little light on it, you got to think Hollywood is on strike right now. So it would be the perfect opportunity for a Hollywood icon like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson to give back to the wrestling family and get that payday.
Maybe.
You know, it would be a great opportunity. He'd come in, he could do the Grayson Waller effect. They could maybe set something up down the road for Survivor Series, which would be the anniversary of his debut.
Yeah.
You know, and he could also always factor into the main event.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like it's something we've gone in circles about as far as the Rock Roman. But if there was any time to start that trigger, it would be SummerSlam, considering Hollywood's on strike. They may not get this golden opportunity again.
Very true. I didn't even know that Hollywood was on strike, and that affects everything.
Mm-hmm. Well, you don't watch movies either, so I can understand why you wouldn't know. But yeah, there's a big thing going on right now, primarily concerning the streaming sites and people in Hollywood not thinking they're getting fairly compensated for the exclusive content that gets generated for Disney Plus, Hulu originals, etc., Netflix originals. Don't hang your head, Jeff. It's not you, but you just happen to work for one of the biggest companies that has its own standalone streaming site. So, you know.
Well, I mean, we're not throwing names, but if you know, you know.
No, it's definitely a very sketchy situation on a lot of fronts, and it's just unfortunate that a lot of my fellow cast members at the parks also are part of both of those organizations, which is why they're leaning so heavy on getting work on property because they can't go to work at the studios.
Right.
It's kind of a pain in the ass, actually, as a matter of fact.
Can't
So-
cross the picket line.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I understand how unions and strikes work because I'm not going to go into that.
No. That's a whole other show. That's not an open mic night thing. That's just a whole other channel altogether.
That's MSNBC. Anyway.
Right.
True.
Anyway, Arlene,
Yeah,
I
fair
saw
enough.
your hand up earlier. You have a different name in mind?
I just was hearing James say about factions. I forgot about Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits and all that.
Oh, that's
Maybe
right.
Bobby Lashley wins. I forgot.
Well,
Maybe they finally get that faction going. And
Business
as for
2.0.
and as for The Rock showing up, like JJ says, it could be a good time for him to come. But I mean, he said the reason why he didn't show up to WrestleMania is because he needed to train. So he needs to start training since before the strike, I feel like, because I feel like he might not be ready for.
Well, maybe he
Philadelphia.
has been, though.
Yeah, that's true too. But
Yeah, there's always the possibility that he has been. There's always the possibility that it's just an episode of the Grayson Waller effect. And you don't got to be in ring shape for that.
No.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
if they're going to do something down the road at Mania even, and they're just going to completely bypass the Grayson Waller thing, still got 8 matches to get in shape. That's more than enough time.
Right.
That's true. But if anyone's going to make an appearance, I feel like at SummerSlam it's going to be John Cena.
Well,
Well, see, I've heard rumors from trusted journalists, so we'll take it as for what it's worth.
Right.
That, and I think Noah will be happy with this one. A certain Glorious One has been spotted in Detroit City.
If I hear that theme.
Well.
So could he be involved in this battle royal? Because who knows where he'd fit in on the rest of the card. And before Jeff interjects, I've heard that he's probably going to be there in a producer role.
No.
But that doesn't mean that he can't give the fans a one-off battle royal appearance either.
Maybe.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Based on the nature of his surgery, I don't think it will happen, but it doesn't mean it won't. And I would think that they would be more careful with having that his return be having his return be the moment, but then going into a battle royal where you have to go over the top 2 lose. Not a good idea, I think, with Bobby's surgery. And then Randy. They're talking about Randy's there. It's like Randy's nowhere near ready to go.
No way.
We last
Depending on which
right?
report you believe. I've heard people say his return is imminent. I've heard people say that he should never wrestle again.
Yeah.
But, what journalists do you believe? What journalists don't you believe?
I believe in what I see. Seeing is
Exactly.
believing.
And
believe in Joe
unfortunately,
Hendry.
I have
My
to believe
God,
in Joe
wrestling
Hendry.
can suck it.
Wait. What did Jeff say?
God damn it. I believe in Joe Hendry. The rest of these journalists can suck it. So, there is that. And journalists, like I said, I've made it clear for 20 years. I'm not a journalist. I'm a fan that happens to have a lot of phone numbers and know a lot of people. Like, whoopie shit for me. So far confirmed. LA Knight, Sheamus, Ciampa, Nakamura, Otis and Gable, Cross, Waller, Santos, who was on NXT this week for no particular reason other than a favor. Riddle.
It made
Styles.
perfect sense because there had been the whole family Legato feud. So it made perfect sense.
It did. It seemed like he was just, he's been properly heavily showcased as part of the LWO, and it's like, let's bring him in NXT, give them another rub, which that part makes sense. If they're bringing NXT to give more of a rub from the main roster, cool. Santos, Riddle, AJ, and Miz. So you've got a lot of people in here that, even 5 years ago, it's like, we can't put them on SummerSlam anything but a Battle Royal? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get
Styles, Miz, freaking Sheamus, Nakamura, who's been WWE Championship contender about 45 times, it feels like. LA Knight, who, however cringe it is, I still think he's getting way underutilized.
Agree.
Yeah, I
and
agree.
he is my primary pick for what it's worth. Based on the form, I haven't filled out the form yet because I wanted to be on this first. If our secondary pick is not ends up not in the battle royal, or somebody that's not confirmed to be in it wins it, is that just going to be a wash on the picks, or?
I imagine it would have to be. I mean, if they give us a graphic of actually who's in it, then I'll update with that to at least give people a chance.
Okay. All you're saying is give us a chance, Noah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Elliot's primary pick. I'll go with the Braun Breaker thing because it's in Michigan. He's not on the confirmed list, but I like that. I like the idea. Apparently, it's a 25-person Slim Jim SummerSlam Battle Royal thing.
25.
25,
which makes no sense. Either make it 20 or make it 30.
Yeah.
Well, no, because the Royal Rumble's always 30. Battle Royals are mostly 20. Let's just be different, by God.
Stupid.
It's a Slim Jim. The extra 5 is the length of a Slim Jim case.
Well, then do 35 since it's the 35th anniversary of the original SummerSlam.
Well, yeah.
That's fair.
That makes more sense.
Maybe it's 25 because it's your anniversary. Maybe they
we need the length.
If SummerSlam 98 was your first SummerSlam, Jay, and they're honoring that number.
What were you saying, Zero?
No.
Zero's like, no.
We gotta snap it to a Slim Jim, mate. We gotta have that good meat.
That's fair.
I thought I was taking over for a non-technical plug for a
joint.
None of us except Zero eat. Cool. Okay.
Look, man,
Biggie knows about good meat, and Biggie's got a better chance coming out than Randy. Let's go ahead and move on from this.
Wait, Zero still has to give his pick, doesn't he? He said he was going to give it.
Zero. There's so much shenanigans that I lost track.
I'm too much for y'all anyway, so I understand. Do
you have a out of wild pick?
I have to reply to whoever voted for Madcap Moss. You need to get hit by a goddamn fork, bro. You need to get stabbed by a spoon.
Madcap. What poor Madcap?
Who picked Madcap? I need names right now. Who picked Madcap? Because
I protect people's identities.
Hey, listen,
man, I'm telling you, whoever picked Madcap needs to get stabbed by a damn remote controller, bro.
A remote controller? How?
Bro,
what the hell?
It's the most outlandish pick I've ever heard in my life.
I mean, the only way I could see you doing that with a remote. Yeah,
Bro.
Yeah, that's actually fair. That's fair.
Nah, man, we gotta shove it up somebody's ass. But
all right, Rock.
But
calm down.
But I also need to say my main pick.
You're giving Jeff
my main.
ideas now,
no, he's looking at something.
Jeff, are you into enemas? I want you to look it up, bro. I want you to look it up. But,
I didn't hear what you said. First of all,
are you into enemas?
Enemas.
On behalf of watching the segment with Austin McMahon in the hospital, that's a hard no. Thank you.
Hey man, it's a wild ride. But anyways, my main pick is LA Knight. If y'all say yeah, I'm gonna smack up.
You already
but like that's my main pick. My secondary pick is Sheamus because at the time that was the only graphic I saw. But if you want some good picks, I want Karrion Kross to lose. But I do want him to win because poor Karrion Kross, he needs to be a killer again. But who else? Who else in this match again? Styles.
13 other people. As JJ called out the Jabba Royale. Right?
I wouldn't even go through the rest of it, because it's like too much.
All right, fine. Here's some picks I want to win by blinding decision. I want Bobby Lashley to win because he's a good brother. If Cedric's in the match, poor you. You're not in the match, fuck you. But who else? Why is Santos Escobar in the match? I don't know.
Don't know.
That's pointless. Austin Theory because he's champion, but fuck him, he's a loser.
All right. Who likes Austin Theory?
Because.
All right.
A-Town down to A-Town South. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my
All right,
god!
Vince Zero with all your bros over here.
That is
all right.
tremendous.
I'm calling
Hey,
it
man,
audible.
I'm about to
Clearly,
start. We're gonna
we know
start a
he
threesome.
wants. Yeah.
But
Hold
Let's
on.
go
Zero-
ahead and
zero-
get. Let's go ahead and because if we talk about who you want to win versus who you don't want to win from the known names versus the 105 different people that WWE has currently and the 255 that
yeah, we'll be here all night.
We'll be here all night before we get to the 4-man event.
you know who I want to win? Randy Savage.
R.I.P. But I would love to see a CGI cameo of that, and I guarantee you they will with that dumb technology. But either way,
Big time Dex CJ looking crazy, bro.
LA Knight for the win, and that's not an insult. That's just a fact of life. Let's go ahead and move on.
This
Emmanuel has his hand
My
up.
brother has a question.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
does
been,
he? You're
he's
so
been
good.
so patient.
You got a question?
Poor guy.
It's okay. Like all I said, like I read a comic of that Bray might come in. Like, would it be something that Bray comes back on a sponsorship match again?
Oh
I mean,
my
hey,
god!
sponsor them Mountain Dew. I'm fine with it.
Almost needs to win the Slim Jim Royale. Oh hell yeah!
That's all I have to say. Yeah.
The Almost Sapiens would like
Hey,
love it.
I am a down to earth Homo sapien, brother.
Yes,
I am
sir.
too.
Yes,
Hey, let's
sir.
go. Yeah, I you know what? And I thought I'd hate the guy. He is the new Big Show for me in the WWE. He's just a lovable giant that you love him, man. You love to see him.
Well, that went somewhere completely different.
That's a tall black man right there, bro.
All right. Well, this is not sponsored by drinks. This is sponsored by Slim Jim, and I see Jeff is ready to partake in a beverage. So let's go ahead and talk about one of our 4 main events because SummerSlam's that damn crazy, crazier than all of you combined. Let's see if Cody Rhodes finally beats the Gatekeeper. He finally goes one-on-one for the 3rd time ever with Brock Lesnar. And since I know one person here had quite a unique take during me and JJ's call at Backlash, which was the first encounter, and then we called Night of Champions. We saw what that went to. We've seen how this has escalated to the point that Cody Rhodes, well, he's bloody insane. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So 3rd time the charm. Write the final paragraph of this chapter to continue your journey on the finishing your story. You tell me. By the way, if you haven't watched that documentary, I highly encourage it. So since he's finally here and he hasn't gotten to really talk wrestling to lead a match yet, let's go ahead and get him to lead this. Jeff, what's your thoughts on this match? Cody Rhodes and Brock Lesnar. Is this the last time we see Brock maybe till WrestleMania 40 season?
I don't want Cody Rhodes to die on national global television. I don't want this to be a thing. No. Okay. So because it is a 3rd match, they've each won one, conventional wisdom would dictate that the person who needs the momentum going out of this premium event would win, which for my money is Cody Rhodes. But by the same token, that was token, not token. I encourage anybody to watch Lord of the Rings because please don't do that to yourselves. Jesus. I would think that they would have Cody possibly lose, only because if they're going to get us to WrestleMania with his story, they have to have him be so downtrodden that he has to fight his way back to the main event of WrestleMania over the next, whatever it is now, 6 months away now?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Maybe 7. I'm horrible at math. There's a shirt on Greg's site somewhere you can buy the t-shirt that Jeff can't do math. Somewhere. But so I'm torn about this because Cody, Cody should win because then he has momentum and he can carry on through the path to WrestleMania. But we're still, 2 big fours away from WrestleMania at this point. So how do you get there and have Cody still be strong like bull the whole way there? And what are we going to do with Brock here? Brock had his moment at WrestleMania, which quite honestly was better than any of us thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
And for being real, that match with Omos should have been the drizzling shits and it ended up being not more than not half bad, if that makes any sense, which it doesn't. That's fine.
Yep, he was right. You were right, JJ. I'll give you that.
He was right. He was like seriously. Nobody with any, with a longer fandom than JJ thought this would be worth a shit. And it was. So, but where does Brock go from there when he defeats this giant they've been pushing him? What the fuck has he done since, for the record? Not a goddamn. So Brock needed to have something to do to get back to being Brock Lesnar. And that's what he's done, kind of. He's been the bully, he's been the killer, but he hasn't been around a hell of a whole lot. And when he was the champion, it was a little more passable because, okay, well, I'm the champion. I can dictate what I want. I don't have to be here. I can just be a presence and rent space in my opponent's head and not let my contender see me until the day of the show. This booking has been much more, not nonsensical, but definitely seeming less than. So I think by that definition, Cody has to win here because we're going to have Cody back every week. And then we build toward Payback, whatever that means for Cody, or the one after that, which is, I'll get there in a minute.
Fastlane.
Thank you. So Cody needs to keep building momentum. Brock Lesnar, I think, is at the point of his life and his career where the only momentum he wants is a swift kick in the jetpack to get back to his farm and do his farming thing and make crazy love drinking the wrong kind of beer to his wife. That's what Brock wants to do with his life now. And he's fine.
I'm not questioning anything Brock does because I don't want to die. So,
well, no, like I've said since he came back, from the neck up, he looks freaking ridiculous. From the neck down, I'm not telling him he looks freaking ridiculous. Not doing that. I enjoy my limbs being mostly intact, except for this damn shoulder. So, yeah, Cody wins here is what I was trying to get with it. I went way long roundabout saying it, but
not good.
I think Cody needs it more than Brock winning makes sense. So,
yep.
That's fair. So, JJ, remember Undertaker brought Lesnar at SummerSlam and how it was kind of like under circumstances it led to this particular match. So, could they possibly run this type of thing beyond SummerSlam? Or, as Jeff eloquently summed up, do you think Cody Rhodes closes this, let's call it what it is, super long paragraph as a continued journey to finish his story?
I definitely think a double count out leading to a potential Hell in a Cell is a possibility. Not what I want to see, though. I mean, it would make sense with the next show being called Payback, but Brock traditionally doesn't work B and C list shows. Realistically speaking, Cody needs to beat Brock here. And then Brock can, as Jeff said, go off to his farm and then maybe come back at Survivor Series and kind of do the Survivor Series to Rumble thing before heading into WrestleMania 40. But then where does that leave Cody? And a lot of people have been speculating his next big feud, and we've already discussed Randy Orton, and depending on which journalist you listen to and subscribe to, do you believe that his return is imminent or still a good ways away? I think the trigger needs to be pulled for Bray Wyatt here. I think if Bray returns, this is where he returns. And I think that there's a lot of great ways that you can play that feud because, as you pointed out on the Horseman panel yesterday, Husky Harris was the rookie to one Cody Rhodes. You've also got the familial legacies, the Rotundas and the Rhodeses. You've also got this, larger than life supernatural being that can bring up the past. Like we saw on the documentary, they can bring up the dashing mask and the paper bags. He can bring up the stardust. All these things in the Firefly Funhouse that would totally just fuck with Cody. And we get another good, solid 3-month feud for Cody here. Payback, Fastlane, Survivor Series. As we start to get that push into the Rumble. I kind of agree with Jeff about Cody needs to be downtrodden and beaten, and how is he going to get there? And we start that in the Rumble. Last year, Cody got the Grace of God poll, and he got to be number 30 and won the match. This year, he enters at number 1. And if Cody's going to get back to Mania 2 years in a row, he's got to go from the number 1 spot through 30 people. And periodically, you start to throw the ghosts of Cody's past in his face. You get Brock coming in there. You get Bray coming in there, if that's where they go based on my theory. You get Seth in there, as so I'm sure we're going to get here momentarily. Spoiler alert, I don't think he's walking out with the belt. So you get these ghosts of Cody's past kind of sprinkled in his way throughout the Rumble as he tries to go from 1 through done. And he doesn't conquer the Rumble. So how does he get back to WrestleMania? The Elimination Chamber. The match that didn't exist in the 90s as that second chance for the second title. However, the problem we have with that is the Chamber, you don't get to call your shot.
No.
So unless the winner of the Rumble has already called their shot by Chamber, then we run into that problem. But that's how I handle that situation. So Cody Rhodes wins. Lights go out. Bray Wyatt returns. And that is his next feud. And just for shits and giggles, I want him using the original Wyatt family theme. God damn it! I love.
I would love that. Have the lights go out and just have the rocking chair right there with the little stand of maybe that picture that Cody Rhodes refers to every time, and you finally let him in. And this is another way that Cody Rhodes' story faces it. I love that simplicity and just the aesthetics to bring him into this. I love that. And also, JJ, I think you pretty much just booked for an Elimination Chamber for me at this point.
Especially, guys. And then you've got 90,000 people in Ford Field with their phone flashlights going as the Wyatt family theme plays for the Fireflies.
And Bray having that picture, especially being one of, quote, Dusty's kids, and just poking at Cody every single time with it, because Cody mentioned in the documentary, and that's how you weave in the real life stuff, because that Dusty's kids thing pissed Cody the hell off, as it should have. So that's how you weave in the real life with the storyline stuff, again, which is what WWE has tried to do more often than not in recent years. I don't know what's worse, the light or the fact that red circle thing is reflecting as a result of him using that light, and it's just making the whole shot just completely fucked up.
Yeah, right. I noticed that. Yeah.
Sensory warning, folks.
What is going on in square one up there? Like, what in the?
I don't know.
I don't know. Welcome to Simply Predicting SummerSlam. That being said, JJ, Jeff, well executed and very interesting booking. I could definitely go along the ride for this. And practically everybody, 93% are going with Cody Rhodes finishes this chapter because, well, I know you want him to finish the story, but
we both want him to finish the story.
At this point, we're just finishing a book in a series. So, Zero, why don't you go ahead and give your thoughts towards this match?
He's chewing. Oh no!
Oh shit! I nearly spilled my ice cream. Holy shit!
Oh, did you actually?
Can we not eat on the air, please?
Oh my god!
I nearly that shit failed, bro.
Be careful, man.
I think I know what he was trying to do. But yeah, that was
My ice cream nearly failed.
Yeah, that's all right. Anyway, Zero, your thoughts on this match? Cody and Brock 3.
Brock's gonna murder Cody, but plot armor. Cody wins. LOL.
Yeah.
But yeah, because it's like, what do you expect? Brock, German. He does many.
Don't give Jeff nightmares.
He's doing so many Germans to the point that he should have been in World War II. But think about it.
God. Oh my god.
And
oh my
Gamer
god.
score, another dad walk off.
But
Yeah.
look, man, I'm on
Oh, no.
hands, bro.
Go ahead, Gerald.
But like, I'm surprised I'm not canceled. But but I would love to be. But anyways, so this is gonna be like a typical big nigga versus story nigga match, where the story nigga wins by plot armor.
That's fair.
And like no, like Brock is gonna like literally throw everything at him. A German.
I feel like he does
another
more.
German.
He does more than
If he doesn't do a shooting star press, I don't care. But like,
I don't think he'll ever do a shooting star press again.
I wish he does. But like, this is gonna be like a really interesting match for real. Well, I lied. It's not gonna be interesting. It's just gonna be a typical match. But what I'm really wanting to happen is the ending of the match.
Right.
F5 counter to a crossroads, to a crossroads, to a crossroads. 1, 2, 3. Adrenaline in the soul.
And everyone sings it, and Cody Rhodes wins. That would be one hell of a finish. I mean, again, it's not a bad way to execute the ending to this chapter or this first book in the series of Cody Rhodes finish a story.
Then we're gonna have this, right? Let's go out. Bong, bong, bong. Just the piano key start hitting a few times. And instead of Bray Wyatt, it's gonna be a rocking chair with a damn picture. Then it just black scenes again. Just laughter. Behind him. No. Okay. Behind him, Uncle Howdy. Howdy do. In front of him, Bray Wyatt. Or if you want to be an absolute dickhead, the Fiend. Because here's how I'm going to operate the Fiend.
The nightmare haunts the dream.
The Fiend could only come out when Uncle Howdy said so. Uncle Howdy controls the Fiend. Bray Wyatt is just a vessel. He's just because if you know, because I'm a master Bray Wyatt mark. I'm a master Bray Wyatt. That is my boy since day one I saw him as a kid. So how I would do is basically this. Bray Wyatt is he's just a human. He has the Fiend inside of him, but Uncle Howdy could tell him when to let it go. Because if you remember when Uncle Howdy showed his face, he said, you let him away. Like you sent him away, and it shows the Fiend. So Uncle Howdy has to retrieve the Fiend back and tell him, you with this goon on my terms. And throughout the whole storyline, Bray Wyatt is basically tormenting him mentally, emotionally, and maybe physically by showing him pics, showing Dusty, maybe play with some Dusty voices just to fuck with him, play his theme song a bit, but like you know, basically how put it, play the American Dream song but make it a bit more distorted. Basically, you make this not only personal, but you make Cody feel so fucked. He don't know what to do. He's hear his father's voice, but it's not actually his father. He sees his father, but it's not actually the father. And then when they have the match, make it cinematic. Make it not take place in the ring. Make it take place somewhere familiar. Somewhere personal. We don't know where. Only Cody knows.
We'll find
And
out.
yep. And who wins that match? Bray. Bray, of
It'll be the
course.
first one. Yeah.
Yeah, because the thing is, Bray fucked him up so bad to the point Cody can't take it. Cody either snaps or have a breakdown. And that feud is going to toughen Cody up. Cody's going to win the last match, but let's have some fun and let Cody die a little bit. You know, fuck him up.
Show how vulnerable Cody actually can be. I like that a lot. That's some very interesting storytelling. You and JJ have got some very interesting takes on Cody Rhodes' continued journey into finishing his story. But as far as the Brock Lesnar chapter or saga goes,
life. That's why
tomorrow night it closes, and I agree definitely with the panel here and the majority. Emmanuel or Arlene, do either of you have anything to add regarding Cody or Brock? Or I think the dads and Zero gave us quite a summary to finish this story. And James, that basically you were just going along for the whole ride with it. So James, do you have anything to add, or are we ready to move on?
I'm all set, man. I think I pretty much covered everything on that.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and continue through our main events here, and let's go ahead and talk about. Well, actually, let me take a look. Yes, Arlene.
I was just gonna say the only thing I find with the problem with that with Bray Wyatt showing up in this match, I like the storytelling behind like what JJ and Gerald said. It's just that to me, like, it has Brock Lesnar in it, and I feel like if the stories are true and Brock Lesnar didn't want to do a storyline with him, I don't see him wanting to interrupt this match because I feel like, you know, like, I don't know. I just feel like, you know, he has history with Brock Lesnar. Like during this match, I get where the story is going from what JJ said, and it's a wonderful story. I like it. It's just like because he's in a match with Brock Lesnar, I don't feel like it would be a right time because like Bray didn't get the match that he wanted with Brock because Brock maybe didn't want to work with him according to rumors and stuff. So that's the only problem I find with Bray Wyatt interfering with this match. But other than that, I think Cody is gonna win. But I don't see why would I would feel he had more beef against Brock than Cody. But yeah, anyways, that's all I had to say about that.
The thing, all right. Look, I get what you're saying. That's why it's gonna happen after the match when Brock walks away. Doesn't have to look at the dude because like I get what you're saying, but they gotta be professionals with this. They gotta be like, whatever, bro, do your thing. I don't care about you. Just walked away like a few. Brock walks away, flips off Bray, and keeps walking off. Just for the lows, but I also got one more thing. I hate the fact they brought back they brought back Pass Lane. I do not like it's a dumb name and Payback as a pay-per-view. Why? Just do Judgment Day or Armageddon or Bad Blood. Payback, Bad Blood. Man, I hate WWE at times.
Yeah, right. No, I'm with you there. I'm absolutely with you there.
Dumb. Right. Great balls of fire. Bring. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Go on, Noah.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and move on from there. We talked about one of the Trinity of Trilogies that will conclude. Let's go ahead and look at another one here. And let's go ahead and talk about this match since we're talking about championships, finishing stories, third time's the charm, and seeing what's next. What could potentially be the final judgment still to come. As Seth Rollins defends the World Heavyweight Championship against Finn Balor for the third time, a match that, of course, dates all the way back to 2016. So, again, we saw what happened in 2016, the night after he put the show in place and won. He released the title, ended up surgery, lost the year of his career. We saw at Money in the Bank this year. Seth Rollins was able to win, but the teases of Damian Priest, or excuse me, Mr. Senior Money in the Bank, and him cashing in have definitely added to this. With me, though, I look at this kind of like what JJ looked at the women's triple threat. I do think that here you have more potential for a cash in, and it does continue the idea of payback in more than one way. And to echo JJ's summits, and James, I'll let you lead this one off. I think the Prince finally doesn't miss and finally gets the better of Seth freaking Rollins. But James, what's your take on this championship match?
I think the championship match is pretty clear cut. I don't think they're going to take the belt off Roman. I think it's pretty damn obvious. But yeah, it's just I don't see Jey winning it. I could see him also somewhat winning it, but at this point, I'd rather Cody. Cody should be the one to get it. Just because they had a natural story there. They also have a natural story with Jey, don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I think they had, they had more of a natural story when it came to Roman and Cody, but I also could see them going the route of Jey Uso and Cody Rhodes. So who knows? But I'm going to stick with Roman. I don't think they're taking the belt off him just yet.
All right. JJ, what's your take on this match here?
Are we talking about Roman Jey or Seth and Finn? Because I thought you were talking about Seth and Finn, bro.
Oh, we're the ones.
Fuck.
I thought that's the graphic you threw up was for the Prince.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's all right, James.
I wasn't paying attention, to be fair. Yeah, okay, so
take your time, man.
There's my prediction for the main event, so you can skip me completely.
Spoiler alert, jeez.
There you go. Sorry.
Look, we're all ready to go into SummerSlam. We're all ready to roll into Detroit City, so it's all good here. And we've been here for a long period of time. Went off the rails, but it's been great discussion. But it's all right. Anyway, back to the Raw Championship, the World Heavyweight Championship. James, you believe that Finn isn't going to miss?
I don't think so either. I think the two world title matches are pretty cut and dry. I think Seth retains, Roman retains. So yeah, Seth, same thing. I don't see them taking the belt off him this quickly after he just won the belt not too long ago. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So,
all right. JJ, again, thank you for bringing it back around. I mean,
it's all good.
We talked about a Night of Champions when it was crowned. Even you said it needs a good run, not say a long run, to establish itself. Seth freaking Rollins now has been champion since the end of May. So basically about 2 months and a week, let's say. So I think that pretty much kind of establishes as a title, a mainstay on Monday Night Raw. And for Finn Balor at this point, if he doesn't get it done here, will it have the same impact if he gets it done later? It's kind of like how we talk about, Cody Rhodes and the whole finish story, which I know we'll talk about more later. He might, though, stating it's way too soon, but you've also talked about how you feel a title doesn't need a significantly long-running champion. So has Seth run his course with this title?
See, and I feel like I've backed myself into a corner with some of my words, the same way I feel like WWE has backed themselves in a corner with this match. Because, yes, I said that in order to establish this title, it needs to have a good, long run. At least until Chamber or Mania.
Right.
Give it some history behind it. But at the same time, I feel like they've backed this story into a corner where Finn Balor has to win this. Where does Finn go from here if he doesn't win the title? And whether they do a cash-in from Priest to take the strap off of Balor or they don't, where does Finn go? Finn needs this title, and the way they've been pushing Judgment Day as of late, Rhea is the dominant women's champion, Dirty Dom having just become North American champion, Damian getting the briefcase. Bro, you get Finn the belt, And you've almost got some Horseman era shit here.
It's kind of crazy.
And I feel like that's what they need to do. And again, yeah, I've also said that one of Tony Khan's big things is he tries to make every championship run some long ass title run, and you don't need that this day and age anymore. You know, unless your name is Tony Storm, then by all means you get a shit run. But I digress.
Damn.
But I say Finn Balor retains here. I did predict a Money in the Bank briefcase cash-in, but I'm not 100% it comes in this matchup.
Okay. Arlene, I see your hand up here, and a majority of people, let's see here, they do believe that Finn Balor will win 60%, and more people do believe there will be likely not a cash-in necessarily for this match versus the other ones that 50-50. So, Arlene, what's your thoughts on this?
Oh, I was just gonna say that Jay Shay says Finn Balor was gonna retain, and I was like, he's not champion, so how would he retain? But I think that was just a botch on his part.
That's okay.
That's crazy.
But besides that, I think I'm with you guys. I mean, if Finn Balor doesn't win this, then where does he go from here? And at this point, if he doesn't win, I think it's a wake-up call for him to be kicked out of Judgment Day, and then he gets replaced by JD Dunham, and that's where I see if he doesn't win. And so I think somehow Seth's going to retain. I think somehow Finn Balor is going to be the one getting kicked out, and because he hasn't done anything significant since joining Judgment Day, so they feel like they need to kick him out because he's not contributing to Judgment Day. And I don't think Damian Priest is going to cash in on this pay-per-view. I think he's going to wait to to WrestleMania, where Cody beats Roman Reigns, and then you hear Damian Priest's song play, and then he ends up pinning Cody. And just like his father before him, he only held that belt for a little bit before he lost it.
Right, yeah.
I'm about to say, it's one of those things, you look at the timing and everything, does it all add up? And again, payback. What does payback actually imply? Manuel, do you have any further thoughts regarding what Arlene might have said? Or do you have a counterpoint?
No, I mean, like,
by the way, folks, we're just extremely tired. If you haven't already, please check out Aaron Ridd's recap of SmackDown and Attila's recap of SmackDown that will go on the channel. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, you know, I try to promote all the multiverse.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, there's nothing else to say. I mean, like, if Balor loses, like, what's next for him? Like, he gets kicked out of Judgment Day. Like, there's a baby face Balor, but it's already run the course like as baby face and heel. Like we need the evolution of him. I don't know, like what you do with Balor. He feels so out of place. He needs something to desperately, push him, because it's bland, it's boring. Like it's the same thing. Like since WrestleMania, like we got the Demon Balor back, and then he disappeared.
Right.
Like I thought it would be more recurrence, but
nope.
it hasn't been a thing. So I mean,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
I want Balor to win. Like it doesn't make sense for him to get 3 opportunities just to lose, and it feels like they don't know what else to do with Seth at this moment. They
All right. Zero, do you believe that Finn Balor is finally going to beat Seth Rollins here?
He fucking better. He better, because the story that actually like started it, right, was Finn Balor, he got injured because of the damn fucking running power bomb.
Yeah.
Oh, freaking
The buckle bomb into the barricade.
yeah,
Yes.
he got hurt. He literally like right after that, this man was just not the same. He had to relinquish the title, and guess who come walking on in? Seth Rollins. He was about to win until Kevin Owens and that shit, but Seth had a chance to get the belt that he lost. So this should happen like this, right? Finn beats. Well, there's two ways you can do it. Finn, well, three actually, because there's a lot of ways you could have this ended or some shit. Basically, Finn wins. He finally beats and accomplished his goal to become champion again, because this man, he was doing nothing. Even in Judgment Day, the only feud that was actually relevant was him against Edge. And after that, he was just there. He was just literally there. There's nothing else to do. So basically, if he loses this match, he'd be right where he was before.
Yeah.
Nothing. Just absolutely nothing. He might just be the hype man or some shit. But you know what's crazy? How come Dominic won the title but not Finn?
It's
a different take, though.
That is
because Dominic's one of the most over heels in the whole freaking company.
That is fair also.
Let's just put it out there, JJ. He's one of
yeah.
those over heels, keyword heels.
Yeah.
In the business. He gets
But
nothing but a reaction.
Yeah, but I'm surprised that Dominic won the title.
But you notice he didn't take the Intercontinental or U.S. title.
Yeah, like he won that, but I'm just saying currently.
Right.
Yeah. So it's like an Edge pestered Finn in in their matches. That's crazy.
Right.
But,
Arlene, you have a thought here?
Oh, I was just gonna say that Dominic is starting to get people on his side now. Like I noticed when NXT American Bash, a lot of people had signs with Dominic's name, and it wasn't like hateful signs. They were actually rooting for him. So he's say what you will about Dominic, but he's getting people to actually like respect him. And even though some people still hate him, like I said, those signs shows that WWE is going in the right direction. And like JJ said earlier, like people wanted him to start out in NXT, like he should have started there, and glad that he's like trying to bring up the company and stuff. But I feel like if he's gonna like be the NXT champion, just to stay on NXT, that's my only gripe with that. But I mean, I understand with him having to follow mommy and him are a thing. So, but besides that, I mean, that's my only thing with him being the champion for NXT. But besides that, I mean, he's proven himself, and he's gotten people to actually now be behind him. Like I said, like when I was seeing the match on Peacock, I mean, I saw a lot of signs that had Dominic actually, like people saying that they like Dominic. So he's getting people on his side. So yeah, that's all I had to say about that.
That's fair. Yes, JJ?
The advantage to him appearing on Raw as the North American champion, Arlene, is that it brings attention to the brand.
No,
because
yeah, I
people
understand
that see him as the belt holder, those that may have never watched NXT are like, wait a minute, what belt is he holding? Mm-hmm. Oh, it's the NXT North American Championship. What's NXT?
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
So that's the advantage of that, is by him still being on weekly Raw TV, he's bringing new viewers to my NXT.
And yeah, I totally agree with it, and that's what I was trying to say. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but like also like help build NXT, like build those guys up too. I think is a reason why I think he should also stay a little bit more on NXT. But I get you, JJ. I totally get you.
I'd love to see a full-on feud between him and Carmelo Hayes. I think that would be a freaking banger.
Yeah,
that'd be a very different dynamic. Him trying to go after the NXT championship, trying to do what Keith Lee, Adam Cole did when they unified the titles for that short sprint. You'll learn that if you didn't see during the network era of NXT, JJ.
But like, what I meant by how come Dominic's a champion to not Finn is because if because it's crazy because Dom is technically their young boy. like yes, he's fresh and new to all stuff, but it's crazy how he gained more a success in a sense while you just here being blah, which is basically another point where it's like Finn has to prove himself to Judgment Day because Rhea holds the women's title, Dominic holds the North American title, Damian Priest holds the Money in the Bank, but where's your set way of saying you are successful? Like, why are you holding nothing? We over here like we over here holding gold and a briefcase, but you over here just have nothing. And you're supposed to be our leader. What the fuck are you doing, bro? So I want Finn to win so he could finally say that I am now a champion. And to also let alone I'm finally a world champion. Yes, I won the universal. Yes, I won the universal title, but now I can actually be the world champion and show why I am the world champion. That is one of 3 endings of this match.
Fair enough.
The
Let's go
second
ahead.
ending is,
all right. You got that.
yeah,
Okay.
Damien cash in on fans, or the third ending, Damien cash in on Seth, and basically carrying Judgment Day. So yeah, that's my little shirts.
That's fair. Manuel, I see your hand up, sir.
Hi, Manny.
Yeah, about the Judgment Day having Balor as leader, that's a lie. There's no leader in Judgment Day. Like they kick out Edge for crying out loud. They could kick out Finn for crying out loud. They don't have a leader. They all in for themselves for the titles. So for that saying that Finn's the leader, it's not true. He's not the leader. That's all I have to say.
As long as I've seen factions in this business, no matter the faction name, no matter the faction's place, there always is somebody that claims top billing or ownership or the most power.
That's what Finn is.
Underlining the leader, since this thing looks like Finn Balor, but it could be Damian Priest because you even pointed out he's the LG, or are we just undermining maybe the manipulative nature of one Rhea Ripley?
There's a reason. There's a reason her merchandise says "Mommy is always on top."
Hey, as I said, she could be on top any day she wants. I'm just saying.
All right.
It's just the way Finn carry himself that makes me think he's like a leader. Because
that's right.
It's the way he presents himself. It's the way he basically is. Because Seth Jim has a lot of injuries. He's the only way he talked about. Yeah, true. But it's just but it's just the way Finn carries himself. He kicked out. he personally kicked out. Well, Damien also did too. Kicked out Edge. We thought Damien's the leader, but Finn's over here looking like he's pulling the strings in a way. The way you present yourself is the way we see you. If you like acting like a leader, then we'll think you're a leader. If you act like a young boy, Wheeler Yuta, then you're a young boy. It's the way you present yourself.
Yeah,
that's how I see it.
Is definitely key in and out of this reality for sure. That is a very good quote there that could be taken quite seriously for many in and out of the industry. And at this point, I guess we'll truly see who owns all the power, maybe, at SummerSlam. Either way, it sounds like we're all pretty much stating that there's going to be a new champion. And Seth has come out and has said he has been dealing with injuries since practically 2018. And he has been going nonstop. He's been the weekly stay, the main point of Monday Night Raw. Why Judgment Day have bleeded into NXT, their dark purple, and have been the dominant force, the dominant single standing individual. It's been Seth friggin' Rollins. So, again, we will find out soon enough, guys. Good stuff. I think we're winding down here because we're all tired, but we're getting through these. We got 2 matches left. Let's go ahead and talk about this. We're talking about personal, talking about, yeah, I know, James. Glad we just go ahead and give you this first because at this point,
because I know what it is.
Everybody's got something to say about one Rowdy Ronda Rousey and proposed last stand. As this is MMA rules. Take that for what you will. First time ever one-on-one in WWE with Shayna Baszler and Ronda Rousey. Eagle. So it's one of those things where I look at this story. They're trying to make this stand out. They're trying to make this feel as personal as possible. But how do you simulate an MMA-based match in a WWE product that doesn't have the structure to go with it? Again, why do they not go with the fight pit? I'm just saying. Either way, I don't know whether or not the circumstances surrounding Ronda Rousey are true, but I know Shayna Baszler deserves this win far more than Ronda Rousey does too. James, anything else you want to add with that take?
Ronda's winning. There, I said it. Somebody had to. I don't like saying that because I agree Shayna deserves to win more. We're right. Ronda. I've been a fan for a very long time. I said this on Jey Uso's side as well, which, by the way, is going to be premiering tomorrow. But holy hell, have you shown to me and all the IWC you do not give a single damn about what you are doing in that ring at all. And it frickin' shows. I tried to give you the benefit of the doubt. I tried to look past it. I tried to always take your side when it came to the first run because, yes, you absolutely were screwed there. No one denies that. But you've gone and blamed the fans. You've gone and given shit to every IWC member that's either within social media or not within social media, and then just lump them all together like everybody was to blame, even though the people to actually blame were the people in creative. Just got to put that out there as well in the first time. And you harbored that bitterness. You came back, you gave 0 fucks on any single match that you have ever had, and you were just biding your goddamn time until you got to the singles goddamn, or the tag team program with Shayna Baszler. Which, by the way, by the time you got there, you couldn't even do it when you initially wanted to do it because you ended up getting injured halfway through the beginning of this damn year. So instead of having a lengthy title run, which would actually make the division mean something, you decided, well, I want the tag team titles. Time to drop them. And even gave your best friend no freaking 0 F's given, pretty much, to your own friend. So why should I care? Why should I care about this? Ronda should win to give me something tangible to give a shit about when it comes to Ronda Rousey again. I want Ronda to win just so that way we can actually have a blood feud that I could give a shit about between Shayna and Ronda. Just saying.
Wow. That's a different type of take right there.
I'm frustrated because I tried to like be okay with Ronda and be like, okay, I understand why she's being the way she is. But you know what? You said something on the Horseman panel that I really thought about. I'm like, yeah, she kind of got to take a lot of the blame on this. I'm sorry, she does. Like, the fact that Phil Brooks was able to put up with Vince's BS for 8 years, and so did Sasha Banks before she left and went to New Japan. The fact that you quit after a year, shit on the fans and blamed us for it, and lumped us all together, and then came back and then gave zero fucks, carried that bitterness, and then just made the divisions all around you, Charlotte Flair style, might I add. I gotta be honest. And even Charlotte Flair, I think, gives more of a crap than you do, which is saying a lot.
That's crazy.
Like, dude, unfreaking believable that we're at this point now. And now she's having an MMA fight. Great. But Ronda wins because Ronda needs to do something that's tangible before she ends up leaving here again. And if it ain't going to be the tag team division, which, by the way, after that misery of a run and how much she just wanted the belts and didn't even want to hold them for a lengthy time to give a team like a boost, yeah, I think at this point, kill the division. That's another side point. Might as well just get that out there.
Don't need to go down that road, James.
Yeah, it just Ronda wins so you can continue the blood feud, hopefully in the fight pit as the blow off or Hell in a Cell, however they want to do it. Like, just do that. And yeah, like, because there needs to be something tangible with this. Actually put Shayna over. It can't be here. It can't be here in a one-off, because then you just wasted my time and you wasted a lot of other people's. You did.
Okay, then.
Sorry.
No, I mean, again, I respect that take, and that's what this is all about. You got a lot of good points there, and I'm sure many people have echoed similar sentiments towards what you're thinking. But again, people want Ronda to do something. You want her to actually do something worthwhile, not just for her friend, but for the WWE. People want her to do something else, quite literally. And so that's been the rumor, too. JJ, what's your take on this MMA rules match between Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler? Is it a one-off? Is it Ronda's last stand? Does Shayna put Ronda into a submission? Is this truly, as personal as it needs to be at this point to be under this circumstance? What's your take on this little story?
Well, got James over here with the Shawn Michaels philosophy talking about follow that.
Yeah, no kidding.
To be fair,
at the end of the day, I think Ronda is winning too. I'm not as salty about it as James is. Right now I think James is the mascot on the cover of Morton's, the way he just laid that all out. But I digress. Buy the shirt. We all know I did. I think Ronda's going to take it here. And like James said, going to keep this thing going. I think the reason we didn't get a fight pit yet is because, like he said, we're either going to get that as the final blow off, or we're even going to get that as match 2, with match 3 possibly being an ultimate submissions match between the two. Either way, I think is a good blow off, because both women, being mixed martial arts trained, to have a ultimate submission match with like a 30-minute time limit between the two would just be insanity between these two women.
Absolute money.
But I think, much like I had mentioned with the Ricochet Logan Paul match, the next show is called Payback. That's where Shayna is going to tie things. This isn't going to be a short game. This is going to be a long haul. This is going to be a trilogy that, yes, Shayna will win. Shayna will be the last woman standing after it's all said and done. But you can't just hand her the victory at this show. Let Ronda go off the sunset and never touch it again. There's too much animosity, too much hatred, too much history between these two women for it to be one and done. Personally, I think it might end at the same show where the fans turned on her in the first place. Survivor Series. You do the match here. You do the match at Payback. You have Ronda take a little hiatus after her loss to Shayna so that we can skip Fastlane. And then you have her come back, guns blazing, attack her, the Raw after Fastlane, and we set up the push to Survivor Series in Chicago.
See what sort of different reception.
I agree, Sean. Ronda won't be here by the time Mania rolls around, which I think is sad because I think the long-term storytelling, if they really wanted to do it, they could make this go from SummerSlam till Mania, only hitting the big 4 pay-per-views. Round 1 here, round 2 Survivor Series. Both women in the Rumble to continue the feud, rubber match at Mania.
In a fight pit. Because they need to make a legitimate fight as possible.
Or resurrect the Lion's Den.
Ooh, I like that.
The original fight pit that people forget about.
I don't. Ken Shamrock, duh.
So, well, I'm saying the general. You're a historian, man. You know this shit.
I tried, but thank you.
But yeah, I mean, you could easily string this across the big 4. But Ronda's given her heart out. A lot of people believe it's going to be SummerSlam, but as much as I think she's going to put Shayna over, as much as I want that to happen, I don't think it's going to be a one and done. It just can't be. I think the fans, as sour as they are on Ronda, will be cheated if this is a one and done.
That's fair.
And as far as her attitude this run, and to kind of piggyback on some of the stuff that James has said,
sure,
she didn't want to be the women's champion when she came back. They forced her into that. She wanted to do the tag team thing with Shayna. They did it way too late, to the point where she finally just got fed up with everything and was like, look, I'm fucking done. Granted, a talent like that shouldn't get that much control over what they want to do and their storylines. We also, what happened when a talent did that, right? Hulk Hogan Bash at the Beach 2000?
Right.
We're not trying to have Ronda pull that stuff, but she wanted to be the one to strengthen and build the division, and they wanted to make her the dominant champion. All of that is on WWE booking,
right?
Not Ronda Rousey.
But that doesn't mean you don't try entirely and just do the bare minimum either, JJ. That's my issue with her. She has done the bare minimum in every single match she was in, with the exception of Charlotte, because Charlotte can make anything, as much as we don't necessarily like her, can make anything in the gold, really, match-wise. So, that's not the issue I have. I get being frustrated creatively, but Punk was frustrated creatively. He still gave his all up until he just couldn't anymore, and he fucked off and left. Same with Mercedes, right? And that took him 8 years. How many years has Ronda been in the WWE collectively in the system?
5.
5 years?
That's crazy.
I was going to say, you're asking the wrong guy, because I wasn't watching when she officially debuted.
That's great. Is it 5? It feels like it's only
Elimination Chamber. Well, technically speaking, I guess you could say it was 9, because the very first time she showed up was WrestleMania 31 in an angle with The Rock. But
okay, I know what you're saying. Okay, let me rephrase.
When did she come out after the Royal Rumble that Asuka won? How long ago was that?
Wasn't that the one?
That was the first women's Royal Rumble.
Wasn't that 2018?
It was 2018.
Yeah.
That's yes.
So 5 years.
So here's the answer to that question. Here's a way to rephrase that question.
All right, Poppy.
Nice. As far as how many years was she actually active in the business? And she wasn't, and it wasn't that many. I know it wasn't that many. We're talking 2.5 years. Total.
As far as full on active, I mean, again,
it's
you look at her.
It's 2.5 years.
Yeah, because it wasn't like every week.
Let's
she was,
not
like on.
Let's not bullshit. Let's not beat around the bush. She has been in that goddamn system for 2.5 years. She screwed off and had a kid, which good for her, by the way. I don't begrudge her that, but that's what she did. So she wasn't in the WWE during that time. So she's been in that company for like 2.5 years. Let's not. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That is the legitimate statement, fact, Statboy proved. All right. So she's been in there for 2.5 years, and she carried that bitterness from year one. And you're telling me that because you wanted it your way or the highway, you said, okay, well, I'll just come in and collect a paycheck, but I'm not going to try. There are ways you can still make somebody and be the dominant champion. John Cena's U.S. Open Challenge, anyone?
Good shit. Good
you know
shit.
what I mean? Like, how about, Jesus, like Kenny Omega. How many companies did he promote over when he was the belt collector? Stuff like that. It's not hard if you actually think outside the goddamn box. She didn't want to. And she completely neglected everybody because she was selfish in her thinking. And I get it, because she's never gotten her way. And the WWE creatives absolutely stifled her. And I get that. If anybody understands that more, it's me. I'm the champion of that bullshit. But Noah's also right in that you gotta take some responsibility for this shit sometimes, dude.
Fair. Now,
JJ,
she
your rebuttal.
didn't get it, or she wasn't allowed to.
Right.
How many times have you seen a WWE superstar allowed to play belt collector in different federations?
No, I agree.
Bad example.
I'm using that as an example. I'm just
I
saying.
know, but that's a bad example in my opinion, because
That's
it's
fair.
not like Vince to allow Ronda to go be the AAA Women's Champion, to go be the Ring of Honor Women's Champion, to go be the Knockout Women's Champion.
No, but
to go back to UFC and win the UFC Women's title.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't do that. I'm surprised he didn't tell her go back to UFC, become the first ever women to hold UFC title and women's title.
I thought Brock did that once.
Yeah, Brock was trying to.
Because Brock wanted to fight.
But no, so I'm not saying that aspect of it, JJ. That's not the aspect I'm focusing on, the belt collector thing. I'm talking about Kenny Omega being a dominant champion.
I get that. My main rebuttal, just picking on that one, is Vince stifles people. We all know this. It's one of our biggest gripes across the table about Vince.
I know.
That's very true.
So who's to say that he put the kibosh on her trying to be that dominant champion?
No, I get that.
If the majority of this run had been under the Triple H administration unhindered, I'd almost be willing to wager money I don't have that Ronda wouldn't be as salty.
Maybe.
But a good chunk of it was under the Vince administration.
Still technically is, yeah.
Well, but there was a period there where it wasn't. And I'm just saying, if more of it had been under that type of regime, I doubt we'd have this salty of a Ronda, because I think Triple H would have listened to her from the beginning. Ronda may be a full-blown diva. I'm willing to concede that because I've never met the woman. But at the end of the day, she is the closest thing that the WWE has to a female Brock Lesnar. She is that attraction. She is that draw. Whatever Ronda wanted, WWE should have handed her on a silver platter within reason, because she is going to draw eyes to the product.
Yeah.
And WWE didn't want to do that. They wanted to treat her like Joe Blow from Kokomo wrestling their first jobber match. And you don't do that to a celebrity like Ronda Rousey, especially somebody that's going to come in with that ego that Ronda possesses. She's already been UFC champion. She's already been in movies. She doesn't need the WWE for jack diddly shit.
I agree
Accurate.
with that as well. But if that's
They
the case, she should've
needed
won.
her.
Right.
So in the fact that they needed her, they should have allowed her to be like, okay, look, you're going to utilize me. These are the things that I want to do during my time with the company. We can do them in any order you want. That's cool. But these are the things that I would like to do.
Work within reason. Basically,
And
work within
yeah,
reason.
within reason. Because again, you don't want to have a fucking Hollywood Hogan Bash at the Beach 2000 situation. So, and none of that I don't think was taken into consideration, because if it had been, then once the Mania match happened, she should have moved straight into. No, I'll take that back. Once she lost the title to Liv via the cash-in, she should have moved immediately into the tag team division with Shayna.
Mm-hmm.
But they waited like 8 months. And by the time they did it, she was beyond fucking done. She was done because her and Shayna should have been the women's tag champions the minute that Sasha Banks walked out. I said it, I mean it.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
That
I do
would have
agree with
helped
that. I've
elevate
been
the
on that
titles.
bandwagon. Yeah, absolutely agree with that. I am on that bandwagon. I'm not denying that, but
I get that Ronda leaves a bad taste in people's mouths, but I'm over the fuck Ronda Rousey rhetoric from the general IWC. And I know we've got somebody in the room here that turned on Ronda at that Survivor Series back in LA, who's anticipating his opportunity to speak on things. But it's not her fault, y'all.
That's what needs to be taken into consideration and needs
I
to
get
be
that.
aware of. Simple.
Emmanuel,
as
you've been
that.
waiting so patiently. What do you have to say, my friend?
Please go
It's
ahead.
okay. It's okay. Like I agree that most of the facts that you drop about Ronda, like she doesn't really need WWE. WWE needs her more than they realize. Because without her, they couldn't push Liv Morgan. They couldn't push a World Division itself. So that's the only credit I could give Ronda Rousey. Because once she debuted in the Royal Rumble, when Asuka won, and she was about to make that choice, for me, when that moment happened, I feel like that's a heel thing to do. She's a heel. That's how I interpreted it. I didn't see her as a babyface. Like, which babyface interrupts somebody's moment? The first Royal Rumble. That's my only gripe about Ronda Rousey. Ever since then, I did not like Ronda Rousey. I'm like, no. Like, you're not going to convince me. It's Ronda Rousey business. Our favorite 4 horsewomen, and she's taking them down one by one, and that's why people were booing her, because let's face it, like even if Becky didn't suffer that nose break, people will still boo her in Los Angeles. It didn't matter. Because we knew secretly it was going to be Ronda versus Charlotte, and Charlotte getting the rub again. How many rubs does that girl need? She defeated Asuka, then they had the nerve to even get her to win over Ronda Rousey? You're freaking kidding me? That's why I don't like Charlotte either. It's frustrating, but Kaylee needs to win this, because if ESPN and WWE are working each other, it would make more of a career for Shayna to be in the front page. Shayna Baszler taps out Ronda Rousey.
I like that a lot. I really do like that idea a lot. It's kind of like how Slammiversary, Trinity was able to be the first person ever to submit the Virtuoso, who's been dominated the Knockouts division. And again, me and Dattila will always vouch that the only company that knows how to book women's professional wrestling right is Impact Wrestling.
Yeah.
Anyway,
One question. Like a question. Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler ever faced in the UFC ring, or they never did?
I think they only mentioned about it in Ultimate Fighter based on that promo, but as far as actual UFC, no. So technically speaking, this is their true first time ever
Okay.
one-on-one encounter. Every other time has been sparring session, apparently, and Shayna Baszler's getting the butt whooping. So just to catch you up a little bit of speed. Anyway, Attila, what's your thoughts on this match here? Or this fight, excuse me.
Well, just before I give my thoughts, I have to say, just, Impact did give us 3 separate women's matches at Slammiversary, each with its own storyline. So,
Well, we're not doing apples to oranges to bananas, but again, Exhibit A, folks. Anyway, go ahead, Attila.
Well, I'm kind of under the impression, since it's rumored that Ronda Rousey is leaving, that she would put Shayna Baszler over. So I kind of had Shayna Baszler winning this, but again, we don't know if she's leaving after SummerSlam or if this is going to be like a trilogy type thing. Like, if it's a trilogy, I still think maybe Shayna should win this match. But like JJ did bring up Payback, so I could see Ronda winning. But I just feel like depending on when she's leaving, it will determine who wins this match. But I have Shayna winning.
I'm sure Big G agrees with you there, and I also agree with you. I think she has been missing the moment since Black and Gold NXT, and I think that she deserves it. So regardless, whether it's disgruntled, burnt out, leaving, or trolling Ronda Rousey, I do think there is that sense still of, beyond the storyline, respect and support to give Shayna Baszler a moment. Yes, JJ?
I just thought about something, and it would be for the true Ronda Rousey haters. I think it would be a great way to send a fuck you to her. The Raw
Holly Holmes?
Damn.
The Raw on September 25th is in Ontario, California, which is just down the freeway from her home in Riverside.
Oh, Lord.
Have the final match be there, and then have Shayna be like, bitch, now we don't even got to buy you a plane ticket home.
Damn.
I like that.
We all know Shayna Baszler can cut one hell of a promo. She's been proven it the last few weeks, most definitely telling her side of the story. So it is one of those things where, again, hindsight's 2020. Travis Brown in the audience, by the way, during that too. Probably trying to restrain Ronda Rousey. Good luck with that. It's one of those things where, again, the suspension of disbelief. Is this a one-up? It's a one-off. I do think it should go to Shayna. If it's not a one-off, then I can see this going like, okay, get the friggin' Detroit Police Department out here. These two are going to legitimately kill each other. And you'll hold off till insert show here. Like you said, maybe the next big one, not Fastlane. So either way, I'm curious how this stands out tomorrow night on SummerSlam. And answer Sean's question, I leave for Detroit 10 a.m. Standard Time. But I think that Shayna needs it. Not to say deserves it, needs this. Because honestly, when was the last time she was involved in any sort of major WWE program of sorts? This could be her breakout moment. Point of no return. Arlene, you've been quiet the whole time, my friend. The floor is yours.
I was gonna say back to what Attila was saying about Holly Holmes, I think was her name. Yeah. That's the first person that she lost to, right?
Holly Holmes.
That's the first. That's the first person that made her realize what it means to be defeated.
So during this time, she was like making movies and everything like that, and she was like feeling like God mode, like no one could touch me. When that happened, I think reality hit. Like, like maybe like, damn, like I've been doing all this talking and I'm this baddest person on the planet, and this that match I feel like kind of made her feel like more humble, I guess. And I don't know Ronda personally, none of us do when it comes to that, so maybe she does kind of have that ego where she still thinks like she's above any other wrestlers in the company, and then she sees herself. I don't know, like we don't know how she is in real life to her character. So like, let's just say that, for all intents purposes is that, We don't know how she is in real life. Maybe she does have an ego. Maybe she doesn't. Ultimately, only the people that work with her know her true personality. So I got to give that to Ronda. I mean, like my brother says, I'm not a fan of Ronda just because, like my brother said, she ruined Asuka's moment. She won the first Royal Rumble, and then it was like Ronda Rousey came in and said, "Look, pay attention to me. Look at me," taking that away from Asuka. And I feel like a lot of fans just didn't appreciate it. Like, let Asuka have her moment. You could have done it the next night on Raw or something, but I just felt like she shouldn't have done it at that exact moment. And as for who wins this, I think Shayna's going to win it. And then she's going to make a reference to maybe going back to saying, "It's because I wasn't ready, Shayna. I didn't have time to train. You didn't witness like what I used to be back in EFC before I lost to Holly Holmes." This is where I go back to what Stilla says. Like, I wasn't ready. Like at that moment, like you didn't get the full Ronda Rousey. Payback is when you're gonna see the real Ronda Rousey, and that's when Ronda wins. And then when it comes to when, like maybe like JJ says, she loses in Ontario, and that's when she's like, "Well, see, like." You were talking all this like smack, like in the end, like JJ says, like I got you be able to go back home faster by making you lose at your hometown, and people are still going to be booing you because of it, because they don't like you. So not even your hometown's going to console you when you cry when you lose,
Oh, damn.
So make her like Shayna even more of a heel in this scenario is by saying that. And probably is true. Maybe a lot of people don't like her, but like again, I gotta remind the fans, it's like we don't know who the person is in real life, so I gotta give that to Ronda. Like we don't know how she is behind the scenes. She might be a completely different person, so we just need to take that into account.
Yeah.
I always say separate the person from the character, and when you don't do that, you basically are misinterpreting the business. So, yeah, yes, that's that. I see you.
Oh, sorry. I have to say my favorite match, I guess you can say, of Ronda's till this very day, has been the mixed tag match with her, Kurt Angle versus Triple H and Stephanie McMahon. I believe that has been her best match today, and it was actually my favorite match. It's actually been my favorite match of hers since she came into WWE. I feel like that's just been the best.
I actually liked her versus Sasha Banks of Royal Rumble personally, because I think
when she wore the white Ranger attire, that was
exactly that too. We saw it was shining that night.
Tune into Rangers of Wrestling as Datilla celebrates Power Month all month long.
Cheap plug.
Thank you.
But support her. Zero, what's your take on this MMA fight match here between Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler? Who do you got?
First of all, fuck Ronda Rousey.
All right.
The reason why, and this is the reason why, her bad performance in Mortal Kombat 11. That's the only reason why I don't like her.
Oh, Jesus. That's it?
That is the only reason why I don't like her, bro.
All right.
I didn't think she did half bad as Sonya.
She didn't have bad, but I'm just like, bro, get the fuck out of my hair. But Shayna's gonna win because choke out. She ain't gonna tap. Ronda's not gonna tap. She's probably gonna pass out. Just dies in the ring. Nobody needs her. Just scrape her off the ring. Like that's all you gotta do. But y'all talking about Ronda, and I'm just over here like, okay, yes, she's a problem, but that's their problem to figure out. That's WWE's problem too. Yeah. That's WWE's problem to figure it out.
They create it. That's up to them to solve it. I'd like that. That's a very simple summary. So, despite poor acting, though, you are going with Shayna for the victory.
Shayna's going to win regardless. I don't give a fuck. But this is one of the matches where, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is one of the matches I really don't give a fuck about. I really don't give a fuck about this match at all. I don't care who wins this match. I don't care who loses this match. I really don't care. Yes, cool. MMA rules. Let's go. This is gonna be some fucking Inokiism. a type beat. So yeah, like yes,
That's fair. Yeah.
it's gonna be like the most.
But we don't need to go as far as fatalities go, Zero. This is just the wrestling business, sports entertainment after all. You might want
If
to,
they ever,
down a little bit.
if they ever do a rematch, make it a Kumite. They'll figure it out. just have a Kumite.
That's fair.
That's all they gotta do.
I don't understand why they didn't just do it in the fight pit anyway.
I don't understand why now. Why? Like, my biggest thing about this feud is that, okay, you pulled it off. She betrayed you, but the way they're making this is like Shayna's the face because nobody gives a fuck. Like, the thing is, the fans probably kind of killed this feud, which personally, I don't care. You could kill the feud because I never really cared about this feud anyways. I'm happy that they finally split, but at the same time, I'm like, why? Why? Like,
because WWE likes to break up tag teams. That's why.
Annoying. Factions can't exist for longevity. We'll see how much longer
the New Day
splits.
Well, that's because the New Day is different. They bring in money. So, but if you don't bring in money like the New Day,
but they also did split them up in the last.
Plus, they're close friends.
Fair, LOL.
Plus, they're really close friends, and they would never do that to each other. In WWE, like, it's like, oh shit, they actually real friends. I thought that was kayfabe, but it's whatever. But like, this whole feud is a bit. I'm going to skip. Like I'm going to watch it just so that I could just so that I could casually pop up in AEW no, not AEW. WWE Aftershock and just said it just casually shows up there and just be like, this shit sucks dick, bro.
All right.
But this is gonna be one of those matches I really just gonna be like, okay, cool, whatever, bro. And just move on with my life. Okay. I picked Shayna so I could at least get something right in the thing, and I hope they have a Kumite.
All right.
Cage match.
All right. Emmanuel, you have a quick thought before we go into our main event. What's on your mind, dude?
Yeah, quick enough to tell on the WrestleMania match being the best of Triple H versus Stephanie. Who was she working with? The best heels of the company during that time. And even Triple H got a bump of around Rousey. That's what she needs, to legitimate her badassery, and kick butt, even with the men. But they kind of, only focus on her in the main, in the women's division. Like, she could have been that Ripley spot in doing the back in the heyday and fight with the men, and maybe we could have had that, ideal match Rhea versus Ronda, but that's never going to happen now.
All right. Well, either way, we will see what the future holds for both Shayna Baszler and Ronda Rousey in this first time ever MMA rules match in WWE history that doesn't involve a structure or Kim Shamrock or the Lion's Den or a special enforcer like Derek Cormier. So we will find out soon enough, folks. But good conversation. That being said, for those that have just been tuning in or been going around for the long haul, apologies for how far off the rails this has gone a little bit. But again, we do encourage you to like, subscribe, comment, tell friends, support everybody here at F3 Productions and the Jumping Over Media. Again, we always exercise decorum, courtesy, open minds, freedom of speech, and kindness. And there's been a lot of good chat, but it's time to talk about why we are here and the mainstay of WWE, whether people like it or not, find it controversial, find it way overdue, find maybe a little bit of sell adversity. Let's go ahead and get right into our main events of the night, as we will see truly if it is one and done, and will someone else be acknowledged. For not only is the WWE Universal Championship, I always get the words wrong, Undisputed, WWE Universal Championship on the line, but also I feel pride and a family seat, as this is tribal combat. Now, everybody here has had a lot to say regarding this. Everyone here has had a few things to say ahead of all of this. But again, I'm not going to be on the call to tell you the story. James is, but there's a reason why one individual here is known as the Renegade of Relevancy. I acknowledge him, and I acknowledge him to break this down, fantasy book it, end it, conclude it, continue it. JJ, tell me what I can expect live to close out SummerSlam when it comes to Roman Reigns, AJ Uso for the third time. And right before you do that, a quick stat boy stat here. As always, we appreciate that. Roman versus Jey, 30th matchup on WWE programming. 17 wins for Roman. Jey has 9 wins, 4 matches, no winner. That is the overall history of these two, as you and I called the very first moment itself. JJ, I acknowledge you. The floor is yours, my friend. Who leaves SummerSlam as the WWE Undisputed Universal Champion and verbatim, the Tribal Chief?
Wow. This one, there's a lot of variables on. You know, I mean, looking at it on the surface, for just a rookie looking at this for the first time, a casual fan, there's no way Jey Uso is going to win this match. But you factor in the fact that the very first time Roman Reigns ever got pinned in the WWE, Jey Uso is the one who pinned him. You factor in the person who pinned Roman for the first time in 3 years was Jey Uso. You look at the fact that the first challenger to the Tribal Chief when this historic run began was Jey Uso. Jey Uso that is walking into Detroit, Michigan is not the same Jey Uso that got fought 3 years ago. That is the beauty of the Bloodline storyline. Us longtime fans, we take a look back. We see Jey Uso in the main event. When we saw Jimmy and Jay coming out and wearing face paint and dancing, did you ever in your heart of hearts think that you would say main event Jey Uso? Fuck no.
No.
This dude's going to be stuck in the tag team ranks for his life. At best, he'll get an IC or a US title run. And the Bloodline has turned him into a viable, realistic challenger for Roman's title. Then you factor in the fact that this is tribal combat. We're hearing rumors and speculation that some of the elders will be here. Who all does that include? You know, are we going to get Alpha and Sika, meaning that Roman's daddy is going to be there? Will we get Rikishi, meaning that the Usos and Solo's dad will be there? Will we get Samu? Will we get the most electrifying man in all of entertainment? Like we said earlier, Hollywood is on strike. If there was ever an opportunity to pull that trigger, this is it. Do you pull this trigger because Roman, regardless of what inning this is in the Bloodline story, and we love to speculate on that ever since the WrestleMania press conference, where they said that they were only in the third inning at that point. You know, we love to speculate as to where the storyline is in baseball speak. Are we in the 6th inning, the 7th inning, the 8th inning? Are we still in the 5th inning? You can always lose the title and then regain it before the story officially ends. So, do you end this 1,000+ day run, or do you keep it going? I honestly don't think we're going to get to Hulk Hogan. I know a lot of people are thinking that Roman is going to get to and surpass Hulk Hogan's run. I honestly don't think WWE can afford to do that. I think people are already starting to get tired and bored of the story. It has been amazing for these 3 years. And granted, I wasn't watching the entire 3 years, but when they put those video packages up on YouTube going into the Sami Zayn match at Elimination Chamber, I went and I watched a lot of that stuff. So I've seen some of what's been going on in the bloodline over the last few years. Phenomenal storytelling. How WWE writers haven't obtained an Emmy yet is beyond me. But how much longer do you run this? Because the rumor is, depending on which journalist you subscribe to, read, believe, Roman isn't factored into Payback, Fastlane, or Survivor Series. Do you allow 3 pay-per-views, including a Big 4, to go by with no champion involvement? Or do you pull the trigger and move the belt? I mentioned earlier at the Finn match, I see a cash-in, but I don't know if it's going to be in this match. Could Damian Priest factor in here? Because there has been tension between him and Finn. And then it becomes, where does Mommy and Dom Dom go? Do they stay with Finn? Do they go with Priest to SmackDown? Well, Mommy's got the Raw title. Okay. So Mommy still shows up on Raw and defends that until she loses it and kind of furthers the story going forward with Finn. I don't know why. And if I'm wrong, and I don't give a shit that I'm wrong. But something in my gut tells me Jey Uso wins, Damian Priest cashes in and takes the strap off of Jey Uso. And then you've got the Judgment Day, the undisputed WWE Universal Champion, the World Heavyweight Champion, the Women's World Heavyweight Champion, and the North American Champion. Something that the NWO, D-Generation X, Evolution, the Four Horsemen never accomplished. 2 world champions in the faction at the same time.
All right. Well, a majority do believe that Roman will retain. They acknowledge him at 80%, while 20% do believe in Jey Uso. You and I called it at WrestleMania, and we've been polarizing verbatim about it ever since. Now, Attila, Arlene, Emmanuel, Zero, it's one of those fans where it's like, if they can't find somebody in WWE to beat him, why they brought Cody Rhodes back to the company in the first place? If Cody's not the one to do it, why not Blood? We've already seen the vulnerability. Roman Reigns is human after all. He is not immortal. It was Jey that once again showed us that. But now this is not about beating a competitor. This is not about just winning a championship. This is about growth, professional development. This is about the crowning potentially of the next mainstay WWE superstar for this generation of this family's legacy. So that being said, Attila, do you think that Jey Uso is the one to get it done? Or is Roman Reigns still the only one to be considered the tribal chief and the WWE Undisputed Universal Champion?
Okay, well, JJ did make an excellent points about Jay, so I'll give him that. But I don't think Jay will beat him because he still has Solo, and I don't think Roman is gonna get beat until he loses everyone. Solo, Paul Heyman, when he's truly by himself, then I can see him losing. I did hear that he is not factored into those plans, but I don't know. I mean, I guess it just seems on what Roman wants to do. Does he want to continue being champion? Maybe he's not factored in yet because they don't. I don't know. That is a good point, but I just feel like Roman would still win this, and just to continue, thank God for Sami Zayn and being interjected into that storyline with the Bloodline, because had it not been for that, I honestly feel like the Bloodline storyline would have gone sour really fast. So. But I do think Roman is going to win. I will say, if Jay does win, I think I will be shocked. I think everybody would be shocked if Jey Uso does win. But, I don't think he is. At least I don't think so. And
all right.
Just a quick question, JJ. Can The Rock even appear? I know Hollywood's on strike, but would he be allowed to appear?
He would be, because as far as I know, you're not SAG-AFTRA as WWE superstars.
Oh, yeah, that makes
so
sense.
he would be able to compete and appear on TV because it's not a SAG union show.
Okay.
That's why I say if there was ever an opportunity to start that ball rolling, this is it while they're on strike. And he can't be on some exotic movie set, hours and hours away.
So it would have made more sense to do it at WrestleMania 39, with the whole Hollywood theme. But
it would.
We all been saying that verbatim.
But to piggyback off of that point, not to go down another rabbit hole, I'll try to keep this short and sweet. WrestleMania 40 coming up. Rock's first main event at WrestleMania was WrestleMania 15 in Philadelphia. Rock's first WrestleMania opponent was Rikishi in a mask as the Sultan. So it was a member of his bloodline. So having a match with Roman at WrestleMania 40 piggybacks on Rock's first 2 WrestleMania memories. It's just something to think about. There's some history there with The Rock.
Which what people just been waiting for it and waiting for it and waiting for it.
I agree with you. That match, that's the one match everyone's been waiting for, Roman versus The Rock.
And it's the city of brotherly love. So to have that familial tie in the city of brotherly love.
You almost wonder, though, at this point, with Roman Reigns virtually having done everything possible, it seems, could that honestly be Roman Reigns' last stand if he's unable to, have The Rock acknowledge him? And just some food for thought, not to go down another, tangent, go off the wrong exit. But it definitely is something to think about. And again, the aftershock could literally come from what happens tomorrow night at SummerSlam. That being said, Emmanuel, I saw your hand up, so I will acknowledge you next. So far, we got one for Roman, one for Jay. Where do you stand?
Well, I had to go with Roman, sadly. I mean, remember back in the day, when I was WrestleMania 39, when I said, shame on you once, shame on you twice, and he's going to keep on doing it. I have a funny feeling it's great for Jay. He got the first win by low blow. Let's face back. It was a low blow. Ref didn't see it. That's not Roman's fault. How am I supposed to root the guy? Even though he got the pin, 1, 2, 3, how am I supposed to root the guy who did not win Roman clean? I'm sorry, I don't believe Jimmy's going to be the one. And I see the chat, Cody already had a shot. So did many others. KO had a shot. Jimmy had a shot. Everybody had a shot, except for one person, and it's Solo Sokola.
like it's for me the story is done with Cody. It's like I don't want a Rocky to face off, and it's for me like this personally for me, it's too late for Cody. It's too late. I don't want to wait another until WrestleMania 40 for him to get the moment that we were supposed to get in Los Angeles. Like it feels like such a time waster. Like it's Philip feuds after Philip feuds. I'm sorry, I just don't feel it. And we're gonna get another Philip feud with probably Jimmy getting his shot, or like I have no idea, but I feel like they're going to coast Roman Reigns to WrestleMania 40 as champion. This is The Rock, and somehow, some way, Rock defeats Roman Reigns. If the people are saying it's right that it has to be family that kills it, who defeated the famous John Cena in WrestleMania the first time? The Rock. Who defeated Stone Cold Steve Austin? The Rock. Who beat their more Hulk Hogan? The Rock.
Fair, but also it did take 3 times for him to beat Stone Cold. But
yeah, I know.
It's still though. It's a very fair fought. Let's go ahead and see if we have a counter opinion from your rival, Arlene. What's your take on this match? Again, if Blood can't do it, at least this member of the Bloodline, in retrospective, where does Jey Uso go from here, considering that they already have one of the longest reigns of the modern era with the tag straps? And at this point, I feel that Jey is becoming a bigger star than Jimmy and doesn't necessarily need him at his side or needs to tag with him, continuing this saga for the Bloodline. But what's your take, Arlene?
I don't know where to stand on this matchup. I hear everybody's like thoughts about this. I hear what JJ's saying that, Roman Reigns isn't, they haven't talked about Roman Reigns being in any of the upcoming pay-per-views. But the thing is, like, after WrestleMania, he kind of coasted. He didn't appear in Puerto Rico, and he didn't appear in he kind of did appear in some of the other pay-per-views. So who's to say he doesn't coast till like next year and say, you know what, I beat Jey, I beat someone that thought that he could beat me, and so now I'm just gonna sit back because who else is gonna be like calling me out right now? No one, because I've proven myself, and he just like sits back and stuff. I could see that happening. And he just he's coasted from WrestleMania 2. I forget what pay-per-view he made an appearance again. The thing my question to JJ is that how if they somehow insert The Rock into this, doesn't that, I feel like the only way you could do that is if Roman wins and then Rock beats him up. Because if Jey wins, I don't see how The Rock would come in and get that feud with The Rock unless they build it up later on. That's my question to JJ. But like, they've been building up. Yeah, I know, JJ, I see your hand. He's
ready to acknowledge you when you're done. Continue.
I'm just curious about what he has to say about that, but how he gets there. But they've been building up Jey strong. Like they have him pinning Roman. The tribal combat, I was listening to your guys' kind of like the 4 horsemen of simple predicting, and I don't know who was the one that said it. Like, it usually is it kind of is passing of the torch. So if he doesn't win this and Roman does, then what was the whole point of this match? Is if he's not gonna now crown the new champion. So it's like, I see that point of view. Do I think I mean not JJ, but Jay's ready to become the undisputed champion? I kind of have my doubts. Listening to you guys say like maybe Damian Priest maybe cashes in. I feel like maybe Jey doesn't even get a chance to pin Roman. Maybe he's about to, and then Damian decides to cash in and pins him. But you know what? Hearing what JJ so far has to say, what my brother has to say, what Datilla had to say, I feel like Jay's gonna win. But I don't feel like there's gonna be a cash in yet. In Payback, I feel like Solo Sikoa might end up challenging Jay on behalf of Roman, because Roman doesn't want to show his face because he lost to Jay, and maybe that's why he takes his hiatus. And so now Solo Sikoa feels like he needs to prove himself to the High Chief and go against Jay. And maybe he loses, and maybe that's where you see like a Triple H versus like where, or I mean not Triple H, with Triple H and Randy Orton, where he puts his thumb down and like maybe he attacks Solo Sikoa like Roman Reigns does, and that's how you get that fight going on for the next pay-per-view, because he didn't defeat Jay. You get to that, and yeah, like I don't think Damian Priest is going to cash in yet. I think he might wait to WrestleMania to do it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he does cash in. I think for this pay-per-view, I think Jay's about to pin him and he takes away Jay's moment, and just like every other person that's cashed in and won, they've taken the moment from someone else, and that's how Damian Priest becomes champion. So I feel like Jay's gonna win this. I like JJ's idea of Damian Priest cashing in afterwards, and maybe he becoming the champ, because I do think that Damian Priest is the leader. I don't think it's Finn Balor. I don't think Finn Balor is really the leader, and maybe they talk to him about, hey, you shouldn't go for Seth Rollins. We should go for the main title. And that's how they convince him to cash in WrestleMania for the Undisputed. But like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if he does cash in. I would want him to like maybe take Jay's moment. Like he's about to pin him again and he takes away his moment and he becomes champion. But I wouldn't be surprised if, Jay's holding the title and then Damian cashes it. But ultimately, JJ sold me, damn it. And I think he's gonna win. And yeah.
All right then. Well, JJ, why don't you go ahead and answer her rebuttal about how The Rock comes into play if Jay leaves with the title? Could that still be the agenda, or do they just throw that up to the side? Maybe that's like, Roman Reigns' way to try and find himself again as tribal chief. Maybe that still comes into play as staying as Roman Reigns versus The Rock. Maybe there's two sub-tangents of bloodline involvement at WrestleMania next year, like it was this year. So again, how does The Rock play if Jay comes out as champion, per Arlene's question, if WWE takes that approach?
Very easily. Because as far as I understand this, tribal combat is you can't get involved. Nobody in the bloodline can get involved in the match. So Solo Sikoa comes out to try to get involved. And the elders go and they deal with him. Now their back is away from the match. If you smell,
place explodes.
Rocky comes out because somebody has to be out there to keep an eye on the match now. Rocky is who costs Roman the belt. Rock bottom, drag Jay on top of Roman, make the referee count because it's no disqualifications. And because Rock cost Roman the title, Rock cost Roman the head of the table status. That's how you build to WrestleMania.
Arlene, does that work for you?
I do, but I don't feel like Sikoa is going to be that stupid enough to do that.
Solo has gotten involved at every twist and turn.
But Oh, sorry.
He has been the ultimate insurance policy for Roman Reigns, even more so than the Usos. So I could totally see him trying to get involved, and assuming that they are all there, Alpha, Sika, and especially Daddy Rikishi having to get involved to keep him from interfering and letting the two men have it out. And then in order to set up the cash-in, while the bloodline and the elders are exploding, you have Jimmy make his return. And as crazy as it sounds, you have Jimmy lay out his brother because his brother accomplished the championship before he could. And that's how you get the cash in from Priest.
Then payback, it's Jimmy versus Jey for the first time ever.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bloodline saga continues to unravel in a whole different direction. All right.
Dun, dun, dun.
Again, I don't know if this is just an all-star game or whatever. It might as well be the all-star game at this point, considering how many players are coming into play here. So let's go ahead, as Sean basically has been saying, Roman won't be champ forever. Well, no one's champion forever. Nothing lasts forever. We know that. But it's just a matter of when is it time for something like this to be done? Who's the one to do it? If not Blood, I don't know who. The strongest member of the bloodline being built right now is Jey Uso. He's been built for the last 3 years. He started, might as well finish it. Because, believe it or not, I think Jey leads with the title. I think that this is the moment. I called Cody finishing the story of WrestleMania. They clearly didn't want to pull the trigger on that. But the difference here is Jey has been in WWE forever and has literally been the pillar that became the bloodline since the tribal chief arrived back in WWE during the daggum pandemic. If Jey doesn't do it here, not only do I believe that Jey Uso never becomes world champion, I honestly don't believe that Roman Reigns will lose this title before WrestleMania. It has to be here, especially if these so-called rumors are to be believed. It has to be here. I can't find a better chemistry, a better summary, a better equation, a better story, a better match title than this. First time ever, tribal combat. That is a rite of passage. That's not about a championship. That is about truly proving that you are the one to be acknowledged and you can lead this family. Yes, JJ.
I did want to rebuttal to something Emmanuel said real quickly before it goes to either James or Zero. He mentioned how Roman has defeated everybody. I'm going to name 4 names right now, Emmanuel, all of whom have been former champions that have not come against Roman during this title reign. AJ Styles, Bobby Lashley, Sheamus, and Rey Mysterio. All SmackDown talent, all former champions that the tribal chief has not conquered. So there's at least 4 people that could be continuing this run, could be factors to get plugged into this if he doesn't lose it tomorrow night.
Things to consider.
Rey Mysterio did face Roman.
Not during this run.
Yeah.
When? Oh, wait. Yeah, he did. My bad. I wasn't watching at that point, but still, there's 3.
Bruv.
Yep.
Yeah, there's 3, yeah.
It's still crazy to figure about, though, when you figure about, again, the agenda of the tribal chief and what names it has included, even if they were more than once. And here we have Jey Uso, who, again, he was the first one. And he very well might be the last. So, that being said, before we close it out with the guy that will be in my proverbial seat, putting him in the hot spot, Zero, let's go ahead and get your pick on this match. It's pretty split. We got Damian Priest, we got Jey, we got Roman, we got cash in, no cash in. I love the fact that each individual here has had a different dynamic. So far, two people basically saying that Jey Uso is going to leave as champion. So, Zero, where do you stand in tribal combat for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship with Roman Reigns and Jey Uso?
First of all, Noah, you botched. Remember before we streamed, I was supposed to go first?
Oh, man, I've been going too long. I'm
you
sorry.
Fucking moron.
I'm tired, man. Don't hold it against me. You're lucky that I haven't accidentally cut the cable from my laptop. Anyway, come on, man. Go ahead and give us your summary here.
I've been watching this ever since like it started. So I was there day one when all this shit happened. And watching this evolve is just making me feel like, God damn, they are telling a wide story. I remember seeing Roman, like he came back, he speared the Fiend. Oh my God. Then all of a sudden, Paul Heyman's talking. He like, yeah. He basically saying blase, blase, blase. Shoots to Roman Reigns. Yeah. And then it's like, oh shit. They paired him with a Paul Heyman. Holy shit. So this is gonna be interesting because the whole time when that happened, I was like, what will Brock say? Well, like, what is his point of view on this? But like Roman beat the Fiend and Braun Strowman when they made a pay-per-view together. That's just crazy. So Roman won by just showing up and just pins the poor fuckers and like won the title. Had a really crazy ass ring with it.
Right.
Homeboy, I think his first feud, right, was against Jey Uso.
It was.
Jey Uso was, being all hype and all shit, being all friendly and all that. Like, what's up, bro? What's up, nigga? What's up, bro? What's good?
Hey, okay. Hold on. Time out here. Tone it down, man. Come on. Tone it down. Seriously. Tone it down.
All right. Mans was literally just like, oh, like, what's up, bro? How you doing? So they were friendly. But behind closed doors, Roman was just like, nah, bro. He wasn't really feeling it until the Hell in a Cell match they had. Well, the first match they had, Roman won, but the Hell in a Cell match is where things actually get, kicked off. Jimmy Uso, he sees that this is like not going well. It gets to a point to like during the Hell in a Cell match, right? Basically, what happened? Roman was really about to fucking kill Jey Uso until Jimmy came out and just surrendered in behalf of Jey Uso. Roman's crying because he didn't want to do this. And when he got the tribal chief joint, he wasn't crying. It was crocodile tears.
Right.
And he was awarded the tribal chief and all that shit. Now, months later, Jay's falling in line. Jimmy falling in line because of Jey. So, like, during all this, it was just a Roman conquering, be a menace, have his two cousins like helping out here and there, try to give them gold too, and it just went on for a while. Sami Zayn, it came in the picture, and Sami Zayn was just like, well, he was just happy he got like some sort of friends and shit.
Right.
He was cool with Jimmy. But during the whole storyline, Sammy sees that this is more of abuse and like manipulation. Solo came in the picture, being the enforcer, and all this went down to like how Roman treats his family. Sammy sees it, None of the brothers like saw it
No.
until when the Royal Rumble happens, right? And
Yeah, that's
Sammy
fair.
got
Yeah.
Exactly.
then Sammy got kicked off, unfortunately, but it did play a good role in the story because Sammy was trying to tell Jay, remember what he did to you, bro. He was abusing you, beat you down, literally belittled you, manipulate you and your brother. But Jay knows it. He just don't want to believe it. Or he was fearful. Then after that, they lost the tag titles, and Jay finally sees it. But Jay don't want to say anything. It was Jimmy. Jimmy had enough of this. The only reason why Jimmy stick with Jay is because that's his brother.
Right.
They're inseparable. They're twins. And when Jimmy finally, turns on Roman, Jimmy literally told Jay, I did something what you should have done months ago. Because Jimmy knows about it, but Jimmy wants to be there for his brother, regardless what's going on. But he had enough. He was sick and tired of this shit. He was done with this. And seeing all this unfold is just crazy. I've been watching this ever since I was a kid. I've been watching WWE my first WrestleMania was WrestleMania 26. I started watching this around the 2010s. And seeing this type of story like just unfolds, it really hits me. Like it really hit me a lot because it's like, damn, I know family could do shit like this. I know family could literally be narcissists, manipulated, and just be an absolute dick. It seemed Jimmy, the one who joins in just to protect his brother, just to be there for his own blood through thick and thin, and see Jay finally have the courage to step up and basically like he's repaying Jimmy for snapping him out of it.
Right.
He wants to break this. He wants to literally make this right. My pick is Jay because I think this is the story Cody was actually up. I think this is the story Cody was talking about. Yes, he's probably talking about himself, but he also plays a role in the bloodline during the WrestleMania season. That was his chapter. That was his arc. That storyline basically talks about what's going on with his family. Well, with the Usos and all that stuff.
Right.
Sammy also played a role. Sammy was one of the key parts of finally making them crack. So here's how I'm going to see this match, right? And here's how it's going to play out afterwards. They have a slugfest. It's a slugfest. It's an emotional roller coaster.
Mm-hmm.
Solo is going to try to interfere, but Daddy ass, the tribal cheeks himself, is like, what the hell are you doing, bro? Stop that. But Roman, because if you've seen Roman, when he heard that the higher ups talked to Jay, but not the chief, that's probably some. Because maybe them, the higher ups, they know that this is some bullshit. They know Roman's gonna pull some shit. And when and they're gonna be there to see it. And I think that's gonna cost Roman. Roman was probably gonna belittle Rikishi and basically try to manipulate Solo more. But I think that's when Solo's gonna snap. Because even though he has beef with his brothers, that's still his father.
That's good.
So
That's really good.
So he's gonna do something about it. Solo probably gonna whoop his ass right after the match, but he has to honor the rules of the tribal combat. He can't interfere. If he does, you know he's fucked.
Right.
We know if he interferes, he's going to get a ass whooping by the whole NOI family. So Jay's going to win the match, but there's going to be a post-match like scene. Jay has the title. Jay's now tribal chief. Roman is losing his fucking mind. He is going you think Money in the Bank was bad? He's going to tear everything. He's probably going to fight Jay afterwards. And like
lose all control.
Yes, and then Rikishi is going to be like, stop, enough. Roman stops. He says, I'm sorry. He walks away, comes back and spear Rikishi.
Ooh.
Attacked him.
Go savage on the family.
He calls Solo to, well, before that, Solo beats Jay's ass. but he calls Solo to finish it and tries to Samoan spike his own father. Solo is freaking out. He's like, what the fuck do I do?
Right. So
but he realized this is his father, the one man who piped down some girl and literally gave birth to him.
Right. That's fair. Actually.
So he's not doing this because his brothers. He's doing it because he attacked his father. So he attacks Roman. And the whole fight is just going to be a whole slugfest. The Rock could be like, what the hell, bro? You caused all this madness for this shit to happen. You serious? You're my cousin. We share the same blood, and you caused all this fucking ruckus.
And the payback ensues to come.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah,
you got Jay. So you got Jay coming out.
Jay.
And you're acknowledging Jay to become the new WWF Universal Champion and the head of the table.
Unless Jay decides to make Solo the tribal chief later on.
Well, he has a younger brother, and that also, again, comes down to suspension of belief, like you said later on. But it sounds like, again, you're resetting the entire Bloodline story with a new head of the table. And I got to say, a very sympathetic type emotional roller coaster summary that really has been the saga and the growth of Jey Uso. So, well said. All right, James, guess what? You know I saved you last, brother. You're one of the most passionate people I know. You've had diatribes against WWE. We talked about Roman Reigns. You've even acknowledged him. I've acknowledged him as well. You will be with JJ tomorrow in the chair, calling the story, calling the action. You very well might win the city. You very well might witness the passing of the guard as far as the tribal chief. You and I have seen Jey Uso's growth when he was doing the hot coup in the rainbow trunks and the face paint overall, and they were still in the tag team division. This is Jey Uso's biggest opportunity as his entire life. So, James, do you acknowledge that Jey Uso will be the one to finally make sure Roman Reigns' run is done? Or is Jey Uso denied for the third time this time, and Roman Reigns still continues to be the sole leader of the Anai family at this point? What's your take, man?
I don't really have much of a take, but I don't believe Jay is going to win still. I stand by what I said earlier when I thought it was the next pick. I stand by that. Roman's still retaining. I know you said I'm the passionate one. I am so tired. So the passion's not there.
Yeah, I got you, brother. Don't worry.
But yeah, fucking definitely got to say, like, I don't think Roman's losing. I think somehow they're gonna keep the belt on him. Probably some shenanigan bullshit, whatever. And then that's gonna be the end of that. So we'll see what happens there. So yeah.
All right. Well, very split panel here, especially with this main events, because I think we all know this is the biggest thing to come out of SummerSlam. So before we close, Emmanuel, yes, I see your hand. What's up?
Just a quick note. The only way I see the Rock ever coming out if it's not out there seeing, and then he sees Roman basically destroying Jimmy, and then after the bell, he hasn't had enough, and then all of a sudden you could hear, "There's me a smell," and then that's when he comes out trying to save Jimmy, and that's how you book Jimmy. Rock versus Roman. That's the only way I see it happening. Other than that, if there's no Rock, then Jimmy might as well become champion because like I don't see anybody else until WrestleMania 40.
That's fair. And also it's Jay, but it's okay. We all confuse Jay and Jimmy sometimes too. I think one does a little like dye in their hair, but Jay's fighting on behalf of Jimmy. Yes, Zero.
I just thought something, right? You know how Roman's supposed to take a break, right? Right after this?
Yes.
I thought a way you could probably write him off. So Roman goes crazy, right?
Right.
Either The Rock or Roman's father shows up and banish him. There's supposed to be a tribe, right?
Then elders, at the end of the day, you respect the elders. I mean, it was Offensiga that bestowed him those beats.
The elders banished him from the tribe. So so he's gone. When he comes back, he's a whole different person, bro. He's tribeless. He's more vicious. He's more basically insane. And the first person he might go after, maybe during like a Rock, promo, because he always shows up one time just cutting some wild ass promo.
Right.
Roman comes on nowhere and spirit the everlasting shoes out of him.
Wow.
During the Royal Rumble season.
That's
he spirits the shoes out of him. And
again, it really does come down to, do they still have plans for Roman? Does Roman want to take time off? But speaking of time off, guys, believe it or not, East Coast here, it's Saturday. You know what that means. SummerSlam is literally here. And I think it's safe to say that we've all had a quite extended conversation. We're all tired and beat. We're ready to go to sleep. Been an absolute pleasure, my friends and
I'm ready for one more round.
That's all good. But I think we'll bid now ourselves a fine adieu and bring this thing to conclude. So thank you, everybody, for coming in and tuning in. Before we bid each other and everyone else a fine adieu, I hope everyone, again, get your opinions in there. The form is on my community tab. It's also in the chat. Let your opinions be known. You have till 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to finalize them. So, again, West Coasters, I know you're still partying. Okay, California. I know. California
yeah, it's Friday night, and it feels all right. It's a party on the West Side.
Hey, you know what? I actually respect that reference. But also, Saturday nights are all right for fighting. But this weekend belongs to the biggest party of the summer. But nothing but respect to you, Dattila. It's been an absolute pleasure. I look forward to having you again on Super Predicting, or the next time that we can join forces in content creating or reviewing. But besides Power Month, is there anything you want to plug or promote? Where we can find you? If you just want to disconnect yourself to that, because I know you're tired too, I'm perfectly fine with that too.
Well, no, just make sure you guys tune into my reviews Monday, Wednesday, Friday, the occasional Saturdays and Sundays. And it is Power Month. We are celebrating 30 years of Power Rangers. So every Tuesday, I am dropping new content. This past Tuesday, I did rank all the Power Ranger themes from Mighty Morphin to Dino Fury from my least favorite to my most favorite. This upcoming Tuesday, I will be doing an unboxing of the Black and Gold Dino Megazord.
That's classic. Yeah, again, Power Rangers is one of those things that I know kind of fell off the wagon. Went from 5 Rangers to 3, continued the series, but I think it was either after Lost in Galaxy or Lightspeed that I fell off the rails, but that's still pretty cool. And Mighty Morphin's still one of the greatest themes of all time, one of my favorite cartoons of all time. So I hope you continue enjoying that. And if you have to power down, I completely understand, because, again, you got 9 o'clock over where you are. In fact, you all got the SmackDown on, I think, right now.
Yeah, SmackDown's currently on.
Okay. Well, again, Dattila, it's always a pleasure. Hope to see you for Open Mic Night. My voice won't be there. And till next time, always, always, always keep your power engaged, my friend. Appreciate it.
Thanks. It's time to power down.
Yeah. Well, I was waiting for you I was waiting to see if you were going to push the button and be like, and there she goes. So I'm glad that, hey, you're still here. And also the Renegade, he's back and always better than ever. So let's go ahead and bring him back in here. I was about to say, where'd he go? He went behind the wall. There he is,
Hey,
live in
wait,
living
Noah,
color.
since you're in the future, can you tell me the lotto numbers?
The lotto numbers are this number, this number, this number, this number, and this number, and the Powerball is this number. Okay. Simple man don't gamble. JJ, again, man, you and James have an incredible call. I know you two are going to do that show proud. But of course, you always are a busy man. You got stuff to plug and promote. You always are bringing the entertainment and the content, definitely the storytelling. You could run your own fantasy booking series if you had the time. But where can people where can people engage and connect with you and find you, and what have you been up to?
Well, you can always find me on the interwebs at Instagram, the Renegade JJ Williams, YouTube, Casa D18 Studios, X as it's now known, the media site formerly known as the Tweeter at ROWJJ Williams. I've always got my movie reviews going up. This month it's movies hand selected by my girlfriend, as it's her birthday this month as well as mine.
Nice.
And then over in the members only section of the Casa D18 Studios channel, only $5 a month to subscribe. You get all kinds of exclusive content. I've been taking a look at the Black and Gold NXT over the course of the last month, and my review for NXT TakeOver 2018 went up yesterday, actually during the Horseman panel, because I got it filmed a little bit later than I had wanted it to.
Nice.
And then this month, I'm going to be taking a look at SummerSlam's past. I'm going to be taking a look at SummerSlam 88, 98, and 08, as those shows celebrate their 35th, 25th, and 15th anniversaries, respectively, as well as taking a look at the 2 Shield sets that came out. In the community tab, I have 3 polls up that people can vote on as far as which retro match Noah and I will do a call for. If nothing else changes by Monday, these are going to be the final 4 choices for people to vote on.
Oh,
as
boy.
Bret Hart versus Mr. Perfect from SummerSlam 91 won the first poll. The Rock versus Triple H IC ladder match from SummerSlam 98 won the second poll. And currently leading the third poll is Chris Benoit versus Randy Orton. Well, you only mentioned 3 polls. How is Bret Bulldog from SummerSlam 92 in there? Well, because when I asked the wrestling groups that I'm in what their favorite SummerSlam match of all time was, a resounding majority was Bret versus Bulldog. So I figured they got to buy all the way to the final vote. So these 4 matches, barring anything unforeseen, are going to be the matches that get voted on, that people like Emmanuel and Arlene, who are subscribers to the members only content, will get to see the retro call of me and Noah doing.
Very nice. I'm looking very forward to seeing which one of those we get to call, JJ, because again, you know my fandom goes back to 1992, and I watched that SummerSlam. It was one of the very first shows my mom basically exposed the business for me to. So that one right there holds up to me as the bar set for SummerSlam Instant Classics. Yes, that's
Agreed.
there.
Agreed. Yeah. When I sent the message to him, privately, he was like, dude, Bret Bulldog, let's go. Like, the great thing about those matches is every one of them is a freaking classic.
Absolutely.
So it really doesn't matter which one gets the vote. Like, you've got the mat excellence of Bret versus Perfect. You've got, as you called it, the bar, the standard, Bret and Bulldog. You've got arguably what was my favorite match of all times for a very long time, and the match of the night, in my personal opinion, of my very first SummerSlam, the SummerSlam 98 IC ladder match. And then you had the evolution of a future main eventer and definitely first ballot Hall of Famer, Randy Orton, when he defeated Chris Benoit. Me and Jeff like to always joke about how Randy Orton walked out there in Toronto in those god-awful peach trunks to the middle of the ring, found the belt laying in there, just grabbed the belt, hit the turnbuckle, and started posing. There was no match, or at least WWE's revisionist history will have us believe that there was no match. But yeah, all those matches are great, and I'm excited for whichever one wins, Noah. I have my personal biases as to which ones I'd like to see, but any one of them is going to be a great match to call.
absolutely. And it will be a humble pleasure for me to engage in that with you here. And I hope the members will appreciate that. Because, again, we truly love this and we are very passionate about this. And, again, our fandom, and I think Jeff summed it up perfectly. You could call whatever person you want Mr. SummerSlam. I was in a discussion when it came to like Brett or Seth, to just name a couple. But as far as the title of SummerSlam for Showcase, yeah, I would say the Intercontinental Championship has to be the one to consider, especially with the match that we are getting this year. I think the Intercontinental title shines brightest at SummerSlam versus any other show during the year, if I'm being perfectly honest. That's just my subtle opinion. That being said, Emmanuel, Arlene, always appreciate both of you. Good luck to both of you. We'll see which one of you are right and who outdoes the other, because I know you all had counter opinions. So, Arlene, is there anything you want to plug and promote, or where we can find you?
I'm muted. Sorry.
You caught yourself. I didn't have to say it. You caught yourself.
It's gonna be an interesting SummerSlam with me and my brother. It's always interesting when we see the pay-per-views together and stuff. When we go and stuff to go see, when we go to WrestleMania and anything like that, like me and my brother sometimes always have a different opinion on things. So it's gonna be interesting pay-per-view tomorrow. So we'll see how that ends up. I have nothing really to plug. I just want to say, I know like probably JJ can't hear me, but my birthday like is on the 23rd, which is like funny because his is on the 22nd. And
wow.
And my girlfriend's is the 24th, so you're right in the middle of us.
Yeah, I'm in the middle. 4. So hint, hint, wink, wink, JJ. When open mic karaoke, wink, wink, comes along, expect a generous donation.
There we go.
We will be expecting some. I'm sure somebody is going to be embarrassed multiple times that night.
Shh. I was trying to not tell Noah.
I have no
That's why I was
idea
like,
what
wink,
you're talking
wink.
about.
Yeah.
Well, Noah already has to see Barbie Girl.
He does.
So yeah, so expect some donations going your way for your birthday and your girlfriend's as well.
Appreciate that, Arlene.
Always thankful to be on your guys' Simply Predicting, and any like when we do the reviews on our predictions and stuff. And sorry if I interrupted you guys when you guys were talking. I apologize. Sometimes, like my brother, I get overly passionate about things, and so I appreciate you guys having me on.
I respect that.
I again apologize if I interrupted anybody. It was not my. When I get passionate, I sometimes like.
It was a long stream with like 7 people.
So I just wanted to.
Chaotic when there's this many people.
Yeah. It's one of those unique things when it comes to us finding that balance that's so strong in our fandom to be able to speak amongst each other. And yeah, there's some subtle times where our fandom does get the better of us. We want to interject sooner than somebody's done speaking. But that's why you work through and you counterbalance it. I think overall this went rather well tonight, and I did enjoy the in-depth conversation, the different takes, the fantasy booking, the sibling polar opposite reactions and discussions. Yeah. I really enjoyed everything that all of you brought here, and I really do appreciate you all for being a part of the ride, as well as everybody who's always a part of the ride in the chat. Because again, we do this because we love this stuff. It's as simple as that. And again, chat, appreciate all of you too, as I still see y'all's comments as well. And again, if you still want to try and keep us here longer, or Lord forbid, super chats, as simple as that. But that being said, Emmanuel, again, be nice to Arlene. And good luck.
Yeah, it's my birthday month, damn it.
But you digress. Is there anything you want to plug and promote? Where can people find you?
First of all, JJ, where's the love of Undertaker versus The Undertaker? That was a classic.
No, it wasn't.
At the end of the day, Emmanuel, it wasn't up to me. The way this poll got laid out was I threw out in the 4 wrestling groups that I'm in, and I asked people what their favorite SummerSlam matches of all time were. I then took the 15 highest vote getters, not counting Brett Bulldog. Nobody even mentioned that match.
I know that it's a joke. That's
So
right.
I'm just saying, like, even if it wasn't a joke and that was something you liked, it had nothing to do with me. I let the people dictate what matches came up for vote, and I let the people vote on which match they prefer.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Sorry,
You can
people.
find me. Yeah, you can find me on YouTube on EDM7324. Emmanuel Dominguez on Facebook, Instagram, or Snapchat. Like I'm all over the place, except for Twitter. Twitter sucks.
Don't blame you.
Uninstalled
Accurate.
it. Yeah. So it's gonna be interesting. Survivor. I mean, the Survivor Series.
Botch.
So yeah, it's botch. Yeah, SummerSlam. I don't know why they put both pay per
A lot of
view with
S's, SS and SS. It's okay.
Yeah.
We get it.
Yeah, but like, it's gonna be an interesting SummerSlam, and I want to see it, the outcomes of it, and hopefully positivity. Let's root for Jey. Let's hope for change. But let's hold our breath. Have faith in Triple H that he's listening to this right now. Let Jey win. We don't care about the bloodline anymore. It's done. Please.
Yeah.
Well, done as it is basically what you want. You just want to change. As far as I'm concerned, the bloodline thing here, I feel is evolving, not ending. But if it's going to evolve, then Jey Uso needs to win. And I respect that take, and I definitely agree. That's why I said Jey Uso for the win. Thank you, Emmanuel. Always appreciate you.
Yeah.
James, I know you, FTW Productions, has a ton of stuff too. Even Zero, for example, has contributed to your stuff. So why don't you go ahead and promote your stuff and Zero stuff too? Double team this thing and bring this thing home, bro.
Sounds about good. Zero, you want to go first?
I guess so. Well, okay. So on my end, I got a few shit going on my end. Well, tomorrow on the Zero. Well, first you can find me there, and I got some stuff going on tomorrow. Well, today is tomorrow because today is
Yeah.
Saturday.
You know what?
Right.
Yeah,
Jesus
we know what
Christ.
you mean.
So there's an event I did. It is the okay. So this is a DMV Kings Road type deal, which is going to be putting my brands I'm doing. Their show is coming up like in a few hours. It's called Try Hard. Yes, the name is called Try Hard. For this type of brand, the name's just something. So Try Hard has 5 matches. The main event is going to be a Metropolitan Championship match, and it's going to be pretty good actually. We're in a small venue because it's more I forgot the word. Like it's more like I forgot the word, but
All right.
but like it's gonna be. It's a really good show. I actually recorded. It's pretty like fucking fun. There's some crazy ass matches, especially the main event, which is like yikes. But yeah, that's coming up later today. Some other stuff is going on. Like I'm currently in the works of Aftermath, which is basically shit that's going on right after the Pride 5 show. I did like the aftermath of that, what's going on the outside, and how things is going to affect story wise. And yeah, and I'm about to be doing a tournament, the Grizzly tournament, and that tournament is going to be a doozy because this tournament is in conjunction with not only 3TP, but we have some guest characters, I should probably say, from 3TP, from Rowan Pro, New Exchange Wrestling, World Championship Cause, and even Weymouth Youth Wrestling. They got a few people in the tournament. It's going to be a fun tournament. It's 24 men. And the round 2 is going to be triple threats.
So yeah.
So yeah. Tonight I'm about to do a junior tournament soon, the zero weights, and
which will also have WYW representation on it as well, from what I understand.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
So it's going to be a fun August, and hopefully in September I do a show called September to remember. So yeah, there's some stuff going on my end. And I might do the Bozo show, which is one of my little things I wanted to do. So
yeah, Bozo podcast. Yeah, there you go.
Well, the Bozo show is something completely.
Oh, is it different? I thought it was the same thing. Shit.
No, the show is going to be weird, but yes,
fair enough.
Yeah.
That's fair. James, what's going on with you, man? I know that you're always busy as it is, not just with Waymouth Youth Wrestling, as you completed, like it sounds like a full year for content. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Of course, you've been bringing back the Indie Forest podcast. So, what else you been up to, and what else you want to plug and promote? And where can you
well, you guys can follow me and find me on YouTube.com /@JHebertside95. That's the username. Check out Jey Hebert Side 95 for the Jey Hebert side of things. That's premiering right now, actually, as we're on the air. I thought we were going to be off the air like around 12 o'clock. Didn't really expect that this would go that long, but hey, it is what it is.
It's my fault.
I don't think any of us did, bro.
Yeah, amazing what can happen with fantasy booking and extensive discussion. But again, that's the beauty of what happens here on Simply Predicting. And if it continue,
that's fair,
bro.
yeah. But yeah, you guys can follow me there. You can check out all the stuff coming up on everybody's channel for the Win Productions at youtube.com /@FTW Productions Main. That is the main hub for everybody involved with FTW Productions, including this man and this man. You can check out my stuff as well, specifically Owen's stuff as well. We had a Aftershock go up, Aftershock Extra, covering the Cody documentary, NXT Great American Bash, and NXT following. So it's a very Americanized week, if you will, on that show. So go check that out. And yeah, that's basically what's coming up. There's Indie Force episode 27 you can check out if you want to watch something from on demand on my channel. So other than that, I don't know really what else to plug and promote that isn't usually on one of the trailers, which you can catch on Open Mic Night, which I will be on for next week after JJ and I get finished concluding SummerSlam. So there you go there.
About to say, you're all doing SummerSlam and Open Mic Night back to back. You're all going to be busy. For those that don't know, check out Open Mic Night. It is the weekly Saturday night, usually, shenanigans hosted by the Renegade JJ Williams, where he's basically in the seat that I'm in. But I think that, it's a bit more diverse considering you never know what pops up in conversation, even outside the topics. So check out if you can, if you haven't yet, the Saturday night weekly shenanigans hosted by JJ Williams that are Open Mic Night, 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That might be a little later based on how long SummerSlam goes. So stay tuned from around that. You never know what might be talked about, what might be ranted about, what might be yelled about, what might be, promoted about, what might be acknowledged, appreciated about, what might be sung about, and what might be even played about. So again, Open Mic Night, the weekly Saturday night shenanigans hosted by the Renegade, JJ Williams. And James, thank you again for everything you do, and I wish you nothing but the best in the continued development of Waymouth Youth Wrestling and FTW. And thank you, everybody, for being a part of Simply Predicting. Yes, Arlene.
I just want to say, if no one saw the last open mic, you get to hear Noah sing Peaches.
That's right. Go back to the archives. Watch that. Noah saying Peaches.
That did happen.
Sorry,
and he did the Chase You chant.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Yeah. I'm a man of the people. Even if sometimes I wonder about you people. In a nice way. Thank you, Arlene, always for your support. And if nothing else, I hope the people are entertained. And with that, I hope the people have been entertained with this really extensive conversation on SummerSlam. And thank you once again for tuning in. People, you want to know more about me, know this. I may be tired, and yes, I may be going to this show live. In fact, I leave for a bus in about 9.5 hours. But you want to know more about
you're going on the bus? You're not flying out there?
It's only an hour bus ride.
Oh.
$20 versus a few $100. What's more budget-friendly to tell us?
Amen to that, especially with gas prices.
Don't get me started on that nonsense. Capitalism, the next topic on Open Mic Night. Anyway, no, JJ, no. I know what you all deal with in California, all right? I don't need to hear about gas prices there versus Toledo, Ohio. Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
I was gonna say you got 4 Californians on the panel right now.
Yeah, like I miss
damn.
$3 gas prices.
I think they're $3.79 right here in Toledo, but anyway.
I miss that.
Must be nice. $4.89 over here.
Depending on where you're at, it could go as high as $7, $8. So just a message for anybody out there: don't ever complain about paying $3 for gas, because we have it way worse over here. We're paying $4 or $5 as high as $7. So never complain about it.
I remember when
Y'all
Subway
West
used to have-
Coast motherfuckers
I
are weird.
remember when Subway used to have something called a $5 footlong. You can't even buy that anymore for $5.
Right,
What's happened
yeah.
with this economy?
Everything, man.
Where's $3?
Well, that's accurate. I don't carry cash, by the way. I roll in plastic. Anyway, if you want to know more about me besides that and my debt, know this. I'm not sharing my debt with you, crazy. For I'm but a simple man and a lifelong fan of. Wait a second. Is it still the same thing because I'm talking about WWE? I guess it is. If those that don't know, I'm a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! But I digress. If you want to find me and engage with me any further, find me on the social medias, Twitter, I still call it Twitter, and YouTube, and at Foster1916. For all things wrestling, shout out, of course, to the entire TW family on the Twitter and beyond, including James, who's part of that. Check out our forum that we created, of course, in the ATW View, a podcast that happens more often quarterly than not, and mostly is posted here on YouTube. You want to keep in tune with all the prediction leagues I host, all 5 of them, when it comes to forums, updates, and leaderboards. Follow me primarily on the Twitter or check out the community tab on the YouTube page. As again, I always am happy to be a part of Open Mic Night. I'm always happy to be a part of AEW Spark, but I'm also extremely humbled to host this little soiree of individuals every time on City Predicting, because you never know who might be on. And you see the ones that are coming up. We'll be making a stop next at the Multiverse United, followed by AEW All In, Emergence, Payback, All Out, Victory Road. I got to update that graphic because you're NXT, JJ. Damn it. Added freaking No Mercy ahead of Fastlane. So I have to make sure that, of course, is part of the routine. And then following the biggest shows in all things wrestling, whether it's me, JJ, or James covering it, you'll find me, JJ, and or James, potentially always giving you a simple take. And the next simple take will literally be following SummerSlam some point next week, so stay tuned for more on that. Then we got AEW All In, All Out, and Payback. I'm trying to add other stuff, but again, there's only so much time as I always live by. Priorities for passions. As we approach the quarterfinals of the G1 Climax, stay tuned for me bringing some bracketology updates regarding that, and if my top 8 still sticks, or if I have to change my thoughts and who I think still might be my pick to be born in the ring, G1 Climax 33 winner. And that's just some of the stuff ahead here across my simple YouTube brand and the Deputy Network multiverse of media too. I also want to give a quick shout out to Bossman Aaron Riff. And folks, if you haven't already, please say yes to No DQ. Support him, and every time he reviews Monday Night Raw, SmackDown, Collision, and Dynamite, the predictions he does, the top 5s, and of course the No DQ review. I very well might be on that next episode. It really just comes down to the timing. But again, good luck to the team this weekend because it's still a very tight race with the team here in No DQ as Steve-O and Aaron Riff hold down first place. And I'll have the Galaxy update after I come home from the weekend too. But as always, I'd like to conclude, folks, there are no winners, there are no losers, there are no betters. They're just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. So at the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, treasure your families, and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It's as simple as that. With that being said, we thank you once again so much for tuning in, whether it's on my channel or at JJ's channel. Please subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. Hit the bell as video goes live on demand on either of these channels. Hit the subscribe button, become part of our user communities. I assure you our creative passion, our content, and overall our presence on YouTube, it doesn't seem to be letting up anytime soon. On behalf of anybody that's a fan of sports entertainment professional wrestling, I hope that you all tune in to the biggest part of the summer. Check out The Renegade and check out James and their call as part of the WWE Network live watching events here in the multiverse of media. And on behalf of not only them, for Arlene, for Emmanuel, for Zero, for Datilla, for good old JM, the man whose name's on the marquee, who was able to drop in. Thank you once again for tuning into another City Predicting as I lead with this and about to go to sleep because she's about to power down They're probably about to go to sleep. This guy I know is going to probably go to sleep. And JJ, you're West Coast, so I'm sure you have something to do still before you head to sleep. I literally am about to hit snooze. So until next time, which will be after SummerSlam 2, I leave you with this, as always. Make a positive impact in life and have a good night. And enjoy the biggest party of the summer. That is SummerSlam. Gentlemen and ladies, it's been an absolute pleasure. Have a good night, folks.
Thanks for having me.
Fuck off, y'all.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Hasta mañana.
Peaches, peaches,
Goddamn, all
peaches.
LA Knight.
Goddamn, all y'all think it's fucking at once.
Thank you.